everyone. Welcome to the July 17th part of the Game and Fish Commission meeting. Let's start off by the Pledge of Allegiance, please. The Pledge of Allegiance. I'm going to start with the Zoom instructions again. If you did not send in an advance comment sheet prior to the start of this meeting, but would still like to comment on an agenda item, please do one of the following. If you're on Zoom via your computer, you can send a chat to the host with your name, phone number, and agenda item you wish to comment on. If you're listening on the phone, you can send an email to wgfvideo@wyo.gov. That's wgfvideo@wyo.gov. Making sure to include your name, phone number, you are calling from, and the agenda item you wish to comment on. Also, if you are present and would like to speak, please get a blue sheet and sign up at the lobby entrance. Before we start our agenda, we'd like to introduce Tom Chambers. I believe you have something regarding the backcountry hunters and anglers you'd like to present to us? Come on up.
Mr. President, members of the Commission, my name is Tom Chambers. I am the field rep for the backcountry hunters and anglers in Wyoming. And I have, check, they're left back there, of course, for you to access, yes. So, I'd like to get a photo op.
Absolutely. We sure appreciate that. How much you sending us our way?
$1,500.
$1,500. Thank you very, very much. We sure appreciate that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Well,
I want on either side. How about if you're in the middle and get one to the other side? That'd be great. All right. 1, 2, 3. One more. Maybe a little bit closer. Great. Thank you.
yes, thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, John, item number 12.
Mr. President, members of the Commission, good morning. It's a nice way to start the day off. Appreciate that for access, for sure. So the next two agenda items, as you can see on the agenda, deal with the Cody area. One, the Cody Regional Office Project, and then we have the city who's going to participate by Zoom right after me to talk about some of their planning efforts and some issues related to the property that you own where we're constructing the building. So first on the update of the Cody project in general, and I've been sending, as you know, I've been sending you updates. I'm going to continue to send those to you as we get those. There's minutes of all the meetings that we're having with Plan One, other engineering companies and folks that are working on this project for the Commission. I'll continue to do that, and I'm just going to provide an update from the last meeting, I guess more for probably the benefit of the public, since we were able to discuss some of these issues at the retreat that we had, as you know. First, I just want to let the Commission know that we did finish, and remind you that we did finish the selection process for a commissioning agent something we've been doing on our big capital construction projects. This is somebody that can be an outside party that can look in and track this project. They're actually a member of the team working on it and helping us do our due diligence as Plan 1 architects move forward, putting together all the necessary documents for the bidding process for construction for your building. So that is a really good thing. Remind you that the director and I have been talking with landowners in the area, the adjacent landowners. We've been talking to, made a trip to Cody, met with local legislators, also met with those landowners in person, met with the mayor to discuss some issues of interest to the city, and some outdoors groups, specifically the Wyoming outdoorsman groups, talk about the project and get their perspectives. All of those meetings went extremely well. Everyone appears to be on the same sheet of music with respect to your building and the construction of the building. Adjacent landowners and other key stakeholders in the area did have some perspectives that we considered in terms of the location of the building, overall height of the building, and some cooperative opportunities to assist local landowners, adjacent landowners with some water issues. We were able to, since the meeting in Cody, work out all of those issues. I'm going to show a diagram of the project area, and you have this in your notebooks as well. If we can put that up on the screen, I'm going to have Sean kind of just identify a couple of things for you just as reminders. So there's the property. Kind of a difficult map. Sorry about that. Again, in your notebooks, the one in your notebooks would probably be easier to see. One of the issues of the adjacent landowners was some potential cooperative opportunities on water and getting a water line through the commission's property. There's an existing water line and also a proposed water line for an adjacent landowner. We were able to come up with an agreement to put all the water lines, necessary water lines for the commission for to be able to move an existing water line to the south away from the direct footprint of the building. That is from the owner that the commission purchased the land from. And they were agreeable to locate an additional water line for an adjacent private property owner to get water into their building, and we're working cooperatively to get costs down. Those costs have been provided to the commission at the retreat. Very cost effective and efficient, and everyone seems to be really happy with the arrangement. Sean, you can kind of show with a pointer where that water line is going to go in relation to the building. Okay, and there was an existing water line that Mr. Tilden had on the property that you could point out for them, and that water line right there is being moved to the south. So we'll have no footprint of the building over any type of easement or water line, which works out really well for the commission. The other issue brought up from some stakeholders and landowners was the overall height of the building. We were able to reduce the overall height and locate the building farther to the north on the property to get out of the direct visual lane of some adjacent landowners in the property. Ended up working out best for the commission as well, locating the building a little bit to the north as well for access off the highway. So all the pieces are falling into place on this really well, which sometimes doesn't happen on these big capital construction projects. So we'll continue to hope that things move in a positive direction. Thanks, Sean. So we'll wait and I'll show diagrams of the building at the end. The other action item that came out of the meetings I had in Cody, and this was in particular with the city of Cody, was a follow-up meeting with the mayor and Commissioner Rael and I were going to try to, and President Duty try to get with them, but instead, as we discussed at the staff retreat, we thought it would be best if we could get them to come to the meeting today. They can't make the meeting, but as I said earlier, they're going to participate by Zoom. So we're able to follow up with that action item as well right after I'm done with this update today. So as we discussed last, when I discussed the project with the entire commission, we continue to move forward with Plan 1 Architects on all the necessary documents to get us to the end point where we can go out for bid for the project. The schedule is still the same that I presented to you, and I believe you have that schedule that I sent out with some minutes from one of the meetings. If you don't have that, I'll send it out again after this meeting. And that schedule, I will include in every update I provide to the commission. If there's a change in that schedule, I'll be sure to note that for you. At this point, there is no change. We're on schedule. We have, when we got direction to move forward on this project from the commission months ago, we moved forward with that contract with Plan 1 Architects. That was for $749,000, almost $750,000. And all the expenditures so far, and that's been up to about $525,000 we've paid Plan 1 Architects, is to get us where we are today. Those numbers, those payments have been coordinated with the budget group, and then I'll come back and I'll report to the entire commission like I am today. All the work to this point is to get us so we can get to the bidding process for construction of your building, and we're still in line to have that bidding process start in November of this year. So this is good. We're moving forward with the design, development, and construction document phase for a 2-story building, as we've agreed to. Everybody is on board with that. We're being transparent with the public. We've created a website at the regional office, at the regional website that goes through all the documents. We're putting everything that's updated on the project on that website, making it available to the public. So we're being as transparent as we can. The other thing we're working on is trying to come up with a firm estimated cost of the total project. We got a preliminary estimate of the total cost of the project, which I was very pleased with, because not that it's completely accurate right now. I think we can maybe get the cost down a little bit more, but it did come in very close to what we had put together, gosh, almost a year ago when we gave the commission an estimate of what this building would cost. We had about approximately $9 million, and in fact, that estimate came back right at that $9 million. And there were other costs associated with the project area, project site, prepping the site, all the utilities, and all of those types of costs, site work, office, shop, cold storage buildings, that totaled $9.8 million for those outside costs, in addition to the construction of the building. So again, it came in very close. We had our commissioning agency agent review those documents, very detailed documents to justify those costs. Some other outside parties have assisted in the review. We continue to involve construction management in the project. They're still a member of our team, so they're looking at everything we do on this. And again, we're trying to tighten those down. At the next commission meeting, I should have a pretty firm number for moving forward on the project.
Mr. President, John, I think you just made a little mistake.
Okay.
You said the outside cost for $9.8 million. I think you meant to say the total cost of construction plus outside cost was about $9 million.
That is what I meant to say. Okay.
That'd be a lot of outside costs.
I said outside costs were $9 million.
9.8.
Okay, no, total costs 9.8, and we had originally estimated $9 million. So and for construction costs, we were pretty dang close. So I wanted to show some schematics. Again, these schematics have not been changed since you saw them at the retreat. But I just wanted us to continue to look at these and make sure you're comfortable with the overall appearance of the building. There's obviously time to make modifications. So why don't we go ahead and throw those up, Sean, if you would, please, and for the benefit of the public. So this is just a schematic. It's obviously early in the process right now, but take a look at this. Give us direction as I provide this information to you today, or by email, or at a future commission meeting. You have input on this, please let us know so that we can make sure we get those incorporated into the overall concept. As a reminder, the overall office is about 20,000 square feet. Shop is 15,000 square feet, and cold storage at 3,800 square feet. And go ahead and so you can see that the shop is attached to the office. Pretty nice looking building. So at this point, that's pretty much the update. I would add that Brian and I, Director Nesbitt and I, are going to be meeting with Plan One Architects in Cody on Monday the 27th, and we're going to have a very detailed report from Plan One Architects and some other companies that are working on the project with Plan One. Commissioner Rael will coordinate that with you in case you can make that meeting, but this will be a down in the weeds update on where we're at, not only schedule wise, but with any other aspect of this project. So once the director and I do that, we'll come back. I'll probably shoot you an email update after that meeting just to let you know what we find out from that meeting. And we'll continue to keep you posted. Any perspectives on these schematics? Any thoughts? Anything jumping out at you don't like?
Any comments?
The only thing I'm seeing that's missing is Wyoming on the building.
Not a Wyoming look?
No, I mean, there's no
Verbiage.
no verbiage. Just says Game and Fish. Yeah. It says Game and Fish, Cody Regional Office. Don't we want Wyoming on there somewhere?
It's in the badge, I guess. It's on the badge emblem.
Oh,
It's on the badge emblem.
It is.
no, we can definitely have one.
Don, you've done an outstanding job on this. Well appreciated. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm serious.
Appreciate your Commissioner Ryle and the other commissioners have been very supportive. The budget group's been getting a lot of information from me and asking a lot of really good questions. So we'll continue that dialogue.
I might add you and your team. Forgive me.
Pardon me?
I might add you and your team.
The team, absolutely.
Thank you.
That's a nice looking building.
Very nice. It's great.
Very nice.
Okay, with that, if the commission would like to, Mr. President, move into the next agenda item, we will, I'll let you introduce those two folks there, and we will unmute them if they're ready to roll.
1 minute to switch them their attendance, but
Okay.
Anyways, it'll be Todd Stoll and Barry Cook from the city of Cody.
So, by way of background, Mr. President, members of the commission, while Megan's getting this ready to go, I think it was 2 commission meetings ago, so fairly early on in this project, the issue of annexation did come up. And as you'll hear from the city of Cody, this is within a planning, scope of planning that the city's been looking at. The commission as a whole agreed unanimously, I believe, to not move forward with annexation. You did not see the benefits of annexation to the commission for this project, and that has been communicated to the city by me multiple times, and we had a very productive discussion in Cody about pros and cons, and at that meeting, they just expressed an opportunity to be able to speak to you themselves and hear some of your questions and concerns or any comments that you may have. And so that's the purpose of this agenda item. Are we ready to go? All right. You are muted if you can hear us.
not hearing you.
You're on mute.
They're not muted anymore.
Oh. Sorry, it's on our end. Stand by.
No, it's on there.
There. Apologize, commissioners. Give us just a second. We'll try to get this worked out.
Anybody know any good jokes?
Yeah, but
Richard, you're always good for one, aren't you?
not today.
Mr. Rydell and Mr. President, we may have to go to Cody.
Okay. We just heard that we were unmuted. Can you hear us?
All right, there we go. You can now.
Thank you.
So on the video screen, I'm Philip Bowman, and we're trying to get our second video. We have two video. So Todd, on yours, you should have a option to do your video up there. We have three members of our city staff here today. Myself, Philip Bowman, the Public Works Director, our City Administrator, Barry Cook, and also our City Planner, Todd Stoll. And so we had hoped to just take a few minutes to offer some perspective on the annexation process and also explain where some of the benefits are for, we believe, for the Game and Fish of bringing this facility into the city through annexation. Since I've got a video here, I will start. I have some graphics that I was going to try to show, but I can just summarize quickly. My focus has been the utility services that would be provided to this site, and with that, some of the cost and benefits of those utility services. So one thing I wanted to just share with the commission, and we had discussed with Deputy Director Kennedy when he visited with us previously, is that TO Engineers, who's part of the design team, had done a cost analysis of the different utility service options. And unfortunately, there was some differences between the utility rates that they used. They basically used a larger line size than what the building would actually need. So we believe the bottom line is we can save some money over that original analysis. With the water, that cost savings would be somewhere in the range of $85,000 to $100,000 if we are able to extend water to the site. With the sewer, we would actually lower the cost to be equal or less than the original leach field design analysis that was completed. And then our electric service would be approximately equal. We do acknowledge that there's a little bit of additional cost on the front end construction, but once that is complete, our utility rates are basically equal or slightly less than Rocky Mountain Power's utility rates. So that 50-year analysis would be equal, but the upfront construction is slightly more. However, we do like to stress that we are a public power community. We're very proud of that, and we are able to provide a very high service rate in our electric utility. We have a reliability rate of 99.997%. So we have very few outages, and we also keep our electric crews on call 24/7 and 365 days a year. So if there's ever an electric issue in our city, our electric crew members are on call and responding to service calls within 1 hour of the call being placed. So we really are proud of our electric utility as well as our wastewater and water utilities. So we think what we just simply wanted to offer is that from a utility perspective, we feel very strongly that we can provide excellent service for this facility, and we'd be proud to have this facility on our system and in the city, and be comparable or less cost than some of the other options that are available. So that's kind of a summary of our utility situation. Again, I think the main points we would just want to make the commission aware of and that we discussed with Deputy Director Kennedy is that our utility costs are equal to or less than the other options for water and sewer. And we, as I said, we do acknowledge some slightly higher cost on the front end for electric, but we feel our reliability rate and our customer service are very high, and we're very proud of that. So with that, I'll turn my computer towards Barry, our city administrator. I think he's going to just visit a little bit about the general nature of annexation and how we at the city would embrace having the Fish and Game headquarters in our city.
Good morning. My name is Barry Cook. I'm with the City of Cody. I'm the city administrator, and we appreciate the opportunity to make a presentation today regarding annexation or potential annexation for the City of Cody. I will turn the mic over to Todd if you have any questions on our growth management plan. But in 2014, the City of Cody provided the council with a new growth management plan which identified corridors of development for expansion outside the city limits. Those number of corridors were very limited in nature, and up the Belfry Highway, where the new regional Game and Fish is located, will be one of those corridors. We've just recently annexed a piece of property of land to the south, which is the site for the new Game and Fish regional office for a new RV park, which will be developed and be provided utilities. Again, we hope that you would reconsider our opportunities to be annexed into the City of Cody, as it provides a cost effectiveness for utilities, which Philip just covered, and provide some growth for the City of Cody, because we're very limited in scope. As you know, the state statutes do not allow the City of Cody to annex any property unless it's contiguous to the city, and so this would be contiguous, and it would provide an opportunity for growth all the way through that corridor. If that area was not annexed, it would basically cut us off for any growth and development in that area to be annexed for the City of Cody. So possible annexation, lower utility rates in the Game and Fish regional office certainly provide you some reconsideration for annexation. Again, I'm pushing my presentation today because I know you're limited on number of time. And with that, I can turn it over to Todd Stoll to wrap it up as far as annexation. I'll let him take his seat here, and then we'll field any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. Just wanted to share a few items. Philip primarily focused on the financial situation on the utilities. That's how the conversation started with Game and Fish, with your staff there, is that we saw opportunities for extension of city utilities. And again, Philip talked about reliability, so forth. You have those options. In the discussions that we further had with your staff, it became evident that there was some concern simply about just general city regulations. At this point, I guess I can relay that city is willing to work with Game and Fish on any of those issues that may pertain to our ordinances. I believe there was some concern about discharge of firearms within the city limits. Again, City Council has authorization to grant waivers to that provision. I don't know if there's any other specific regulations, other than I can say that our mayor has indicated to us at staff level that he's willing to adjust or modify any ordinances as needed to accommodate the Game and Fish, whether it's through the zoning regulations or other provisions in our city code. So with that, I guess what we're really saying is that we are willing and able to work with Game and Fish, both from a city ordinance perspective, from a utility perspective, and effectively it's an opportunity, I guess, that we see for a mutually beneficial partnership. Obviously, in the discussions that we had with your staff, we pointed out some of the concerns that we had as far as the ability to further extend urban development. as Barry noted, this is one of effectively only 2 corridors that the city has for expansion of urban development. It was identified in our master plan that this be a corridor, and I guess that's one thing I'll note is it's our intent to still, regardless of what happens with Game and Fish, to still attempt to extend urban development down this corridor. Obviously, without Game and Fish annexing, it makes it more difficult, but nevertheless, if that's not able to be worked out, we do still intend to have urban development. So again, we already have one side of your property that is recently annexed into the city limits. And we've actually heard from some of those other neighboring property owners that not in the short term, but long term, they would like the opportunity for city services and urban development on their properties. So I guess part of the frustration we feel is that, again, maybe decisions were made without all of the full information available. Even the utility analysis, as Philip pointed out, was off on their numbers. So based on all that, we just want you to maybe sit down, have your staff sit down, look at the specific numbers on the utilities. If there's any specific city regulations that cause concern, let us know what those are so we can respond on how we can address that. And other than that, just willing to work with you and your staff so that we can potentially get this resolved. Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Is there any question? Cody, Commission? I think that's it. We appreciate your information. We'll take it under advisement and go from there. I'm sure you'll still be talking with Deputy Director Kennedy as well. So thank you very much for your time today.
Thanks.
We look forward to meeting with Deputy Director Kennedy and your other staff next week if that will work out. So we look forward to talking then and hopefully continuing this discussion. So thank you for the opportunity to visit with you today.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Any other questions?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Could we bring Deputy Director Kennedy up here?
Sure. John, please.
So John, I don't want to do anything that delays this project in any way because every month we delay, it costs us more money. So I had an exceedingly difficult time hearing what they were saying. So I guess I would note that if this was as important as they appeared to allege it is, they probably should have come to the commission so we could actually hear them and have more thought about whatever they presented, which I heard very little of, but that's kind of irrelevant, I guess. But has the city offered us any consideration? You know, they obviously want us to annex. And my decision on this has been kind of twofold. One is I believe they can't provide us with water and sewer service in the time frame we need it to complete our building and have this building fully operational. Is that accurate?
That is accurate.
So if we were to annex, it would delay and our ability to operate the building. Is that accurate?
Mr. President, Commissioner Crane, not necessarily. If we move forward with the water component of the project like we are now, we could link in with the city at a later date.
The problem with that is we need to have fire suppression in our building before we can get a certificate of occupancy from the county. And to have a fire suppression system, we need a water source as well as a cistern to hold the water that would support that fire suppression system.
That's correct.
So, I guess if we were to annex, we'd have to extend extra funds to connect to the regional water system and the cistern and design that system and put that into our building. Correct?
Correct.
That cost us more money.
Correct.
Has the city offered any consideration whatsoever as far as providing the infrastructure, the city water lines, the city sewer lines, the city power lines for free or for a reduced cost to entice us to consider this option of annexation?
Mr. President, Commissioner Crank, not at this point.
Okay.
Now, that's something that, like I mentioned earlier, Director Nesbitt and I are going to be making a trip up to Cody. We may be able to have a follow-up meeting with the city. We can discuss that with them. I can also arrange for them, hopefully, to make it in person to the next commission meeting. I can also provide all those numbers to the commission as well. I provided those to you, a couple of months ago, but they did make some modifications to those numbers. And so I can give you those comparison numbers again.
Well, our numbers came from our consultants, right?
They did. And so they have numbers as well, and I can show you the differences in those numbers and explain the difference in those numbers. But Commissioner Crank, to answer your question, there's been no discussion of incentives later on, cost savings later on, to tie into the city later in the process yet.
Well, so in my mind, Mr. President, to accommodate the city and annex our property, which is what they're asking for is accommodation, we have to pay more money up front. And according to our consulting experts, it's going to cost us more money later on as well. The city may disagree with that, but so I think that we should give John direction and our team direction to consider on with doing this without annexing to the city. Maybe the city makes some offer later on that makes it cost effective for this commission to do so, but we have a fiduciary duty to spend the taxpayer funds wisely. And if this, this accommodation that the city of Cody seeks from us ends up costing us more money, then I'm not in favor.
Mr. President, if I may,
Mr. Ryle?
I would like to reiterate the comments that Commissioner Crank is making. I think they're absolutely correct, and I think if annexation comes later, so be it. But let's pursue what we've got on the table right now and get the things rolling that we need to roll to make this thing happen. Not delay anything in that. There's a potential delay. There is if we wait for annexation and so on. Water line and I think we move fast and done with it. If annexation happens and it's advantageous for the game and fish, we do it. But later.
Mr. President, I must have missed the obvious. I thought early in our discussions to build the Cody office, the problem with the annexation was they were 3 to 5 years out from Cody making that city limits. So are they still on that time frame, or are they making an exception for us?
Mr. President, Commissioner Brokaw, that schedule, that delayed schedule, was mainly tied to the water component of this project. But they're still a little bit out from total annexation process as well. But it was mainly the water. Clearly a significant delay for the water.
I couldn't, like Pat, I couldn't hear. I'm sorry for that, but I don't see a benefit. I looked on the computer, and the county tax evaluation is 9.5%. What's the city tax valuation? No firearms fired if it's annexed. It's a game station. There's going to be bears and traps, dead bodies in the garage, waiting for forensics. What issues with annexation could we face?
That's a hard statement. Dead bodies usually be
I meant deer, antelope, skunk, mysterious disease, that kind of thing.
I think you and your team have done due diligence. We've been on this for a while. I think proceed as planned, unless something significant comes up.
Okay.
I'm sure you will make us aware of that.
I will.
That's
we will do that.
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you.
You got it.
Item 14, Rick King.
Morning, President Doobie, Director Nesbitt, members of the commission. I'll make this pretty quick. I think there are some folks that wanted to speak on this, so I'll try to allow as much time for that as possible. Just as a way of background, in 2018, the legislature made some slight modifications to one of our statutes that pertain to the allocation of special antelope licenses. Those changes allowed for the commission to issue up to 160 antelope licenses each year for the exclusive use of not more than 2 antelope hunts. And they further stipulated that no more than 80 could go to a single antelope hunt event. And so, as you recall, in Chapter 44, we made changes to accommodate that legislation last year. And for this year, we have 2 approved applications for the allocation of those licenses, one from the Lander One Shot and one from the Wyoming Women's Foundation for their women's hunt. And today, what I just want to present to you is the method that the department used to allocate the licenses based on those applications that they submitted. And so in your packet, you have a breakdown of the hunt areas that each of those groups have requested licenses for, and our method for getting up to 80 licenses for each of those groups. So, Megan, can you go to the next page? Oh, there it is. So, just by way of math, to make it fairly simple, for the one-shot antelope hunt in Lander, for example, there are 5 hunt areas. The total commission-approved quota for those areas is 1,275, and we just determine what percentage of that total quota is accounted for by each of the different hunt areas, and then apply that to the 80 licenses that they're requesting. So we did the same with the women's antelope hunt for those 5 areas that they're requesting licenses for. It should be fairly straightforward. I know that the women's antelope hunt, while they applied for up to 80 licenses, we did hear from them that they may only need about 10 to 12 licenses. So with that, I'll stand for any questions.
Any questions?
Mr. President, I move that we accept these groups, the license allocations for these 2 groups.
Is there a second? Is there a second?
I'll second.
Been moved by Commissioner Ryall, seconded by Commissioner Crank to accept the department's recommendation. We have some blue sheets on this, so we'll go to that first. Buzz Heddick. I hope I pronounced that correctly.
You did. Yeah, I can't.
President Doobie, Director Nesbitt, members of the commission, I've spoken several times to this commission about specifically to the Lander One Shot. And I oppose giving those all 80 tags. And the reason is because I've always felt that hunting should be an inclusive deal, not an exclusive deal. And the same group of people compete in this event, not necessarily the one-shot event with the 24 tags, but the 56 go to a past shooters tag, past shooters hunt. And there's repeat people on this thing all the time. There's 8 to 10 of them. And these areas, 65, 66, 67, 68, 106, these are taking non-residents 7 to 10 points to draw these tags. They're highly sought after. And there's just been a huge increase in the interest in pronghorn hunting, as you probably already heard about from the number of applicants each year just keeps going up and up and up. And I'll use my dad for an example. You know, he's a non-resident and he hunted 68 in 2012. he still does not have enough points after applying, you know, all through the years here to hunt that tag again. My nephews are completely out. They only have a couple of points each, and it's going to be 10 years while other people are hunting this every year, year after year. And these are all nice public land hunts in areas that have a lot of public land. And there's also the issue of the, you know, the North American conservation model, you know, that says that we should, you know, have kind of a fair and equitable access to licenses. And this clearly doesn't do that at all. And then there's also just the whole optics around this hunt are a little bit troubling to me, to say the least. And for all those reasons, I would recommend that the commission approve only 24 for the Lander one-shot hunt and not the 56 for the pass shooters at this point. And with that, I'll stand for any questions.
Thank you.
Mr. President, so Buzz, you're leaving the women's antelope hunt alone?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep.
Steve Gildy?
Yeah, Mr. President, Commissioners, Director Nesbitt, thanks for the opportunity to speak. My name is Steve Gilly, Wyoming, longtime Wyoming resident, have lived in several other states, however, but been in Wyoming for about 20 years now. I want to reiterate a lot of what Buzz had to say. The times have changed, and even your own documentation says that you've been allocating these tags this way for decades, and everything's fine. A lot has happened since this started, and these tags were allocated this way. Just to touch on what Buzz had said, but maybe more from the resident perspective. He covered the non-residents really well. From a resident perspective, you're looking at between 22 and 48% odds of drawing any one of these tags as a resident in the strict random draw. The repeat hunters, the past shooters that hunt this, you have multiple people who have hunted using these allocation of tags 10 times or more. And for what? What gives them, what deserving factor do they have that I don't? One of the units that you're allocating tags from is a unit that I happen to put in for. My wife puts in for. I put both of my sons in for. We didn't draw, but you have a former state senator from Utah. You have a car salesman from California. You have a former college quarterback. You have a chiropractor from California and a dentist from Texas who have hunted with these tags 10 times. And what makes them any more deserving than me? This isn't how we're supposed to allocate tags. We're not supposed to allocate tags based on wealth. We're not supposed to allocate tags based on whether you did or did not play a collegiate or professional sport. I played college football. I'm glad if you'd like to hand me a tag, that would be great. But that isn't the method that we use to allocate tags. I personally, it sounds like the tags are already out there. You're approving the method of allocation. I guess the message I'm trying to send is going forward when you're approving whether it's 80 licenses for Lander one-shot, that we look at how difficult it is for the general draw to draw these tags. The women's hunt is not a difficult tag to draw. It's typically undersubscribed. They're hunting private land that more than likely you weren't going to hunt unless you had access to that anyway. That seems like a reasonable way for them to request those tags. The Lander one-shot is requesting tags from highly sought after large public land areas that are extremely difficult for residents and non-residents to draw, and they're hunting it the same people over and over and over again. And for what? Because they were the governor, because they were a state senator of Utah. There's no justification in my mind for it, and that needs to be looked at whenever we go to figure out how many tags these groups are supposed to. We will actually present them, and for what units. With that, I'll take any questions you might have.
Mr. President, I do have a question for you. You mentioned the 24-56 split. What is that?
The way I understand it, and if I'm wrong, I'll stand corrected. The Lander one-shot uses 24 tags for first-time participants. So people that they have, through whatever means, invited participate in this event. Those 20 tags are used at the event. The other 56, as I understand it, are divvied out to people who have participated in the past, and they have a system that they use to to divvy those tags out. I'm not 100% familiar with what that system is, but those 56 tags are up to people who have just participated in the Lander One Shot before. I don't believe they have to participate in any of the events. I think they are just simply given one of these tags to hunt as they see fit in the time and manner in which they see fit.
Thank you.
I think they do pay a fee to the event.
I believe you're correct. I believe you're correct. And as do myself, when I apply for a tag, I pay a fee through the regular draw.
But I think it's a pretty substantial fee.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
I think that the request that we take a look at this, I don't think it's a challenge this year, but I think that's a fair request. The last thing that I believe this commission wants to do is make this your transport. But this has been tradition for some time now, if I understand. The Lander One Shot, is that true? I mean, it's been around for a long time.
Mr. President.
Commissioner Crank?
So I assume we probably have someone from the Lander One Shot on Zoom today, I hope. So
Actually,
if you could
I was
raise
just
your hand.
going to ask
On the phone.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'll disclose my conflict here. I at one time hunted in the Lander One Shot, missed, so it wasn't a big deal. So I get invited every year to come back as a past shooter. I've never gone, and won't go, but I don't know there is a fee. I think maybe there is, and that's why I hope someone from the One Shot either tells us what that fee is for past shooters or not.
I believe we have one of their members on the phone. Nate, is there somebody? Or Rebecca?
Carl
Carl,
Asbell, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Then we also have the regional wildlife supervisor here that can fill in some gaps too, but
Maybe
Carl
we
should
could
get on
come
the
up
phone.
while he's. Carl?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay.
It's been questioned by some of the public and some of the commissioners regarding the makeup and how you issue licenses for the One Shot in the two different requests.
So the split with the allocation is generally 24 licenses to the current participants and 56 to past shooters that have participated in the hunt. They can use those licenses. Licenses can be deferred to guests or anyone that's eligible to hold a Wyoming hunting license. But the purpose of the additional licenses has always been to get people to come back to support the community of Lander and the state of Wyoming economically, as well as get people to come back to participate in the Water for Wildlife program that is the focal point of our conservation efforts to raise funds for water projects and conservation projects.
Carl, are there any, how many of the past shooters annually get licenses?
So there's the system you have to put in for a license in the general draw. If you're rejected, then that goes into a list that the One Shot has that the past shooters use. And then that list is random on who gets what licenses in what areas.
So you have a draw yourself, is that what you're saying?
Yes, there's a system on how that's allocated through the past shooters, that it's not a guaranteed tag to whoever. If there's more applicants for licenses available, not everyone gets a license. And you're not allowed to continually hunt year after year after year with the same person. So a lot of those licenses are deferred to guests or family, or just not used.
Mr. President. So Carl, Mike Schmidt here. So what I'm hearing is that with these 80 tags, 24 go to the new shooters for the year, 56 go to past shooters. And then if I heard you correctly, some of your participants, or all of them, apply in the general draw. So there's a possibility that they may draw some of the tags that are out there as well. So you could have possibly more than 80 tags involved in the one shot if those participants draw from the general draw.
No, if they draw a tag, then they're not eligible for any additional tag available through those set aside licenses.
Right, they're not eligible for any of the 56.
Correct.
But they have pulled a tag from the general public, another tag, basically.
If successful.
If successful, right.
Carl, do you use all 80 tags?
We have had years where we have not used all 80 tags. Generally, we do. We have had varying participants. Sometimes we have more than 24 participants in the actual hunt itself. So more licenses go to the hunt club members of initial shooters and hunters. And then a different allocation is set to the past shooter side. We have had years where we've had lower turnout, where we have not used all of the tags. And we've talked with Supervisor Hunter and just not allocated those tags. Some people that have those additional tags, they may only be in town for a week or a weekend, and so they don't at times use those tags throughout the season. But yes, in general, all of the tags that have been allocated since day one have been utilized.
Mr. Frank?
So Carl, this is Pat Crane.
Yes.
Learned something new. Yeah, I believe you said that of the 56 past shooters, you have to be a past shooter to be in that draw. But if I came as a past shooter and drew one of those tags through whatever system you use, I could dedicate and allow a guest to hunt on my tag as a past shooter. Is that accurate?
So those tags can be deferred to other people, yes. But you have to be a registered past shooter and have everything equated to the law, the system that's currently in place and that has been in place. You have to be a past shooter in order to qualify for the original tag.
Got that. And then the question has arisen today whether you charge a fee. If I decided as a past shooter to show up this year, try to get one of these 56 antelope tags, do I have to pay money?
No, the fee charged for the license that the hunter must pay for is the fee that's charged by the state of Wyoming for that license.
And then I think I had one more question. Yes, that's it. Thank you, Carl.
Commissioner Smith?
Mr. President, yeah, Carl, Mike Schmidt again. So if the past shooters don't pay a fee to the one shot to help them raise money for their causes, what is the reason for the 56 tags? How does that benefit the one shot and wildlife?
So the 56 tags are utilized to entice people to continue to return to Lander and to the state of Wyoming. And those were set up a long time ago in order to propagate that, to make sure we had incentive and some availability for those people to come back and participate in the activities. And one of those activities, a big portion of that now and has been for quite a few years, is the Water for Wildlife fundraising. And so the more people we have come back and attend those events, the better that the fundraising efforts take place and just the local impact to the economy, to Lander and the people entering the state of Wyoming.
Carla, who's president?
Frank?
I remember my other question, it's how to get old. We've heard public comment today that some people, I think it was referred to as state senator from Utah, a chiropractor from California, former quarterback, that there are some people who have come back and hunted on past licenses for as long as 10 years in a row. What are your comments with regard to that public testimony we've heard today?
The individual hunter that draws the tag, past shooter wise, is not eligible to hunt for 10 years in a row. That's in their rules. So they can come back and submit and then defer that license to someone else, but they're not allowed to come back and hunt for 10 years in a row.
How many years can a past shooter show up and get a license in one of these areas? If it's not 10, is it 3? Is it 5? Is it 7? What are your rules?
I believe, I'm not as actively involved in that one or past shooter side, but I believe it's 3 years, no more than 3 years. It may be 2.
So I guess just so we're totally accurate here, Carl, a past shooter could come back and hunt for 3 straight years with an allocated tag. And then for as long as he lives, he or she lives, and I guess it's he because only men can be past shooters and the one shot will cut, but as long as he lives, he could continue to seek those 56 past shooter tags and dedicate them to some guest that he chose. Is that accurate?
That would be accurate, and it would be any he or she on that side of it.
Mr. President.
Mr. Brokaw?
So I'm confused. So with this allocation of tags to go to a past shooter, but then where do the non-residents enter this? Because they're not coming out of the non-resident quota. So of the 56, they could be allocated or gifted through their group, whatever, to resident or non-resident?
Yes, I think so. Yes.
Yes. Actually, the majority of the license issued are non-resident tags.
Any other questions?
Mr. President, with the draw complete this year, what are our options right now? What is the public looking for from us today?
Mr. President, we those are 2 questions. The public will tell us what they're interested in, but I think our options are complete, aren't they? We could say no. We could say yes. We could do some modification.
But I guess my question is, how does that help the public today? I mean, those 56 tags are not going to go back into a draw. They're not going to be allocated to anybody if we don't issue them to the one shot today. They're not going back out there this year.
The licenses don't go back into the general draw anyway. This is above and beyond the general draw quota. So the licenses are not part of the general quota to begin with.
But if they weren't allocated, Carl, if we chose not to allocate them going forward and only give the one shot 24 licenses, those 56 tags would be available to the general public.
No, that's not the way it.
Hold on a second.
Why wouldn't we?
Rick?
So, President Dewey, Director and Civic members of the commission, I'll answer that question for you. So our antelope license draw has already been done, and the quotas that you set this spring apply to that draw. These licenses that are issued above and beyond the quotas that you approve in our season setting process. And so if you chose today to allocate fewer than 80 licenses to the Lander one shot, there wouldn't be any licenses that roll back into anything for the general public. It's just that the Lander one shot would just have fewer licenses to allocate to their participants.
But my question, I think, is going forward, Rick, like for 2021, is if we decided at this point that we're only going to get 24 tags, in 2021's drawing, would 56 more tags be available for these hunt areas to the general public?
President Duty, Director Nesbitt, and members of the commission. So when the Landers region comes with their seating setting proposals in April, for example, they set a quota based on their recommendation for those hunt areas, and then these quotas are just in addition to that, and their recommendation for these quotas is always based on what could be biologically acceptable out there. So what I'm getting at is that there'd be no guarantee that if you chose to allocate only 24 licenses to the Lander one shot, that would automatically mean 56 every future year for the public. It would depend on what's out there, what's the recommendation from the region for the April season setting quotas.
And for me, looking at it as a resident hunter, that's hard for me to wrap my head around. If we can go year by year by year and allocate 80 licenses automatically, but if we only get 24, and then the 56 may or may not go back to the public, I don't quite understand the thinking.
Yeah, I'm going to ask Jason.
And I don't know if I'm getting my point across right or not.
Yeah, I'm going to ask Jason Hunter if they can step through this.
President Doobie, Director Nesbitt, Commission. To answer your question, so when we do set seasons, we don't look at individual license allocations for those 5 hunt areas for licenses that would go to the one shot. In some cases, there's 4 or 5 licenses for a hunt area. It's based on the percentage of the quota. So realistically, we likely wouldn't go add 4 or 5 licenses into each hunt area to increase those each year. Over the past several years, there's rarely been an area that has over 25 licenses. And that's typically with pronghorn where we fluctuate license numbers is by groups of 25. And so likely we wouldn't be issuing, we're looking at issuing additional 4 or 5 licenses in those areas each year.
I mean, that's it. Okay.
Jason, I don't want to pick on you, but I'm looking at this list. The department is proposing to issue 10 extra licenses in Area 65, 9 licenses in 66, 17 in 67, 31 in 68, and 13 in 106. And it makes sense to me that we've discussed before that we should try to maximize hunter opportunity consistent with the biological needs of the herd. So if Lander one shot doesn't get 56 licenses, I would hope that the Lander region would consider that, those licenses could be extra licenses to go just to the general Tom, Dick, and Harry to go out there and hunt antelope, which is an amazing thing. Am I missing something?
No, not looking at the big picture. No, we're not. I just, again, like I said, I think
we can't affect this year because the draw's already done, but we could affect the commission. I won't be here, but the commission could affect future. Right?
Right, Mr. President. And the reason I bring this up is because this issue is not going to go away. I mean, just before this commission meeting, my email got flooded with this very topic. So the issue is not going away, and we have to figure out how to deal with it. I mean, I think the one shot's got to, they've got, this is one issue they have. They've got more storm clouds brewing. But this is something we need to address because we're going to talk about it every year from going forward.
Commissioner Rael, did you have something?
I did.
Pat had mentioned you can either say yes or no, and I think we're obligated this year. I think the drawing's done. I think everything that has been mentioned is worthy of being mentioned, but this is something that we're voting on whether or not to do it this year. And I think they're too far into it for us to pull the rug out. But I understand, you've applied, and you and your family, and never drew a license. That's not. How do we accept that and share that with on an even keel? We can't. So, but going forward, yeah, I think let's talk about it. You guys can talk about it.
Mr. President.
Hold on.
So, okay, I'm sorry, but I'll go ahead.
Did we still have Carl on the phone? Carl, you still there?
I am.
Just straight up, because Mike's right. We've just been flooded with email. So I'll give you a chance to explain to me the position of the one shot. Two questions. Is your organization, your hunt open to men and women? And then secondly, the money generated for Water for Wildlife, how much of that saves in Wyoming on the ground projects?
So the one-shot antelope hunt is nearly 80 years old, and it's been running the same form as we move along through the decades and adjusting as need be as we go forward. There are, the hunt is based off of tribal traditions with the one shot representing the arrow of a brave hunting for wild game to provide to the tribe. So that has all intertwined throughout the decades, and then it's moved forward in 1975 where we concentrated more on conservation efforts to give back to the Wyoming's wildlife and other wildlife throughout the arid West. And so that's been a focal point of ours since 1975. The majority of the projects, well over half of the projects have been done in the state of Wyoming. And recently in the last decade, over 80%, and I believe last year, I think it was over 80% of the proceeds went to the state of Wyoming. And the funds generated from the commissioner's tags that we generously received, 100% of those funds went to projects in Wyoming. So as we continue to move forward, the focal point has continued to be the conservation side of that. And those licenses play an integral part of that and getting people to come to the town of Lander in the state of Wyoming. And the rate of return on those licenses for what people spend and contribute in Wyoming and Lander community and Water for Wildlife is much, much higher than a general sportsman having that tag. Now the part that I don't agree with is I think the general public think that when we take those 80 tags, we're taking those out of the general draw. And that's just not correct. Those licenses are above and beyond the general draw. And the majority of those licenses that are issued, the sportsmen that are paying for those licenses are paying that out-of-state fee, which generates more revenue for the Wyoming Game and Fish Department. So I think the focal point of getting people to spend money economically in the state of Wyoming and in Lander and to contribute to the conservation efforts, we're over $1.4 million in conservation efforts and growing quite a bit the last few years. And so we're gaining some momentum, and we're hoping to continue to be able to do that in the future as well.
Okay, thank you.
I must have missed something there. How much was spent in Wyoming?
Carl, do you have figures on that? The money that's spent in Wyoming?
Overall, or just in the last few years?
Last couple of years.
It's been over $250,000 in the last couple of years.
Mr. President,
Commissioner Franklin.
Carl, you unfortunately didn't answer one of Ralph's questions. Can women hunt in the one shot? And I guess I'll add another question. Has a woman ever hunted as a team member in the one shot?
So currently, in the past, yes, men were the only ones allowed to participate in the hunt itself. In the past shooter activities and the other activities, there are a lot of women that participate in the other activities that we have and in past shooters deferral of licenses. But in the hunt itself, we have stuck with the tradition that was started 80 years ago to only allow males to hunt in the hunt itself. Now going forward, particularly in today's climate, I'm not going to sit here and say that we're going to be hard-nosed on tradition over what people in the public are looking forward to in the future. So I would say that there's a chance in the future that we'll do what we've done for the past 80 years and just adapt to the climate of what's taking place and what we need to do to make sure that the organization is healthy and we're promoting the hunting heritage and the conservation efforts and conservation through hunting going forward.
Well, as a father with a daughter, there's many of us in this room listening.
I am as well.
Strongly urge you to end that tradition. I think it's wrong that the Lander One Shot really has men hunters. There are many amazing female hunters, one of whom sit here at the table with Galen Burke, that should be allowed to participate in this organization and be one of those 24 team members that hunt. So other than that, I don't have a strong opinion, Carl.
You have something for it? I also think that the difference between these two organizations, that the One Shot, they need a license because they don't draw them. And the women's hunt, they only basically issue to people who are after the draw. Is that not correct? People who sign up after the drawing.
We recognize the members of the commission. I think that there is quite a bit of difference in the hunt areas that we're talking about between these two groups. So draw odds for the women's hunt antelope areas of first choice are all 100%. So they probably accommodate a lot of their hunters just through the regular draw, and but they are requesting 10 to 12 licenses that would be issued above the draw because all the licenses for these hunt areas are issued now.
Right, so it's for anybody after the drawing, their particular press, so they get them through the drawing.
Correct.
Is the women's hunt just for women? I mean, it's like the Lander women, just for men?
Yes.
And if you follow the legislative history of that, I mean, women and men. Instead of eating our own hunt because we can't hunt them in one shot. It's part of their arguments that have all been presented to the legislature. For years, the One Shots had this statutory carve out, and then the women got their carved out.
All right, we have another person on Zoom, is that correct? Joe Scott?
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can, Joe.
Okay, so a couple things that came up during Mr. Asbell's testimony. He said that people could not draw over 3 pass shooters tags, and I'm aware that there was data obtained for the period 2008 to 2018 under a FOIA request, and so a lot of people who have that data are going to be confused because there are multiple individuals who have received more tags than that. In fact, if you counted 1 tag for the actual hunt and then 3 tags after the fact, there are 55 people on that list who received over five or more tags during that period. At least 55, maybe slightly over because of last name duplicates. Several of them receiving 10 tags, but I'm guessing those are perennial participants, so to speak. So I guess for all the people who probably had some heartburn over that, I'd like to see that cleared up. The other couple comments I'm a little bit disturbed by is that we appear to be giving 56 tags to people to get them to show up to a banquet or a function with the anticipation that they're going to donate money, and that's a pretty extraordinary delegation of licenses. And I strongly disagree with the idea that we can issue 56 licenses and that doesn't take opportunity from anyone, like the antelope that are taken with those licenses are somehow magically regenerated. It just, that reasoning is blatantly false and somewhat unsettling. So I appreciate the opportunity and your consideration.
Thank you, Joe.
Mr. President, I know my experience was, and it's limited, with these past shooter clubs of these kind of functions. The past shooters, they may not pay a fee for the license, But my experience is they pay a fee to maintain themselves a pass shooter to the organization or the event. $1,000 a year, $1,500 a year, $2,000 a year, whatever it is.
You ought to ask Carl, because I get pass shooter mail 4 or 5 times a year, and I've never been asked to pay a fee. I think I could show up and try to draw one of those licenses.
Okay. And that may not happen with this one. But Carl, is that true? Do they pay the pass shooters? Do they pay an annual fee to maintain a pass shooter status? Carl, are you still there? Must have lost it.
Oop, I had to unmute, sorry.
There you are. Did you hear that, Carl?
I did. So you have to register as a pass shooter prior to the event in order to participate in any of the events. And that will make you eligible to be in that selection to possibly get an additional license. But there is no fee that says throughout the year that you have to pay this amount to do this or this amount to do this. You have a one-time or you have an option after you participate in the hunt itself to become a lifetime pass shooter. But those fees, again, are to help run the pass shooters organization and has nothing to do with enticement for a license.
I think regardless of how the vote goes, I think we need to look into this further between now and next year.
I've got one more question, Mr. President. Going forward, like we talked about, we're not going to make a change this year. It's too late. The license can't go back. At what point do we address this? So if we do make a change, those licenses are put back in for the public's.
I guess we would direct that back to Rick to check into that for us and get back to us.
Well, I think so, but I just want to be sure.
Yeah, President Beatty, recognized members of the commission. Yeah, let me think on that. There may be some timing of the way that we do this that we could address that. But let me get back to you on that.
Okay, Mr. President. Mr. Grant, obviously it needs to be done before the end of the year because we're going to put out. I'm sure my friend Mark Anselmi is listening and he's going to be all excited about the packet man, as he used to refer to it. We have to have this information out in our general booklets that go out the first of the year if we're going to have extra capacity because the commission might be thinking about this. I think you need to do something before the end of the year.
So,
yeah, we actually the number of licenses allocated by Huntery does not need to be done by the end of the year. But the commission, in fairness to the groups that are applying for these licenses, I think it would be reasonable for the commission to take this up, if that's your desire, around the November commission.
Mr. President, I asked you a question directly, right? So this was my ignorance. I never knew. Probably didn't present it to me. I mean, One Shot has always been very transparent with what they're doing, but I never realized today that those pass shooters, if they were successful in the draw from the One Shot, could assign that license to a guest. That is quite frankly very troubling to me. And so my question to you, Rick and Brian, is there any other license that we issue in Wyoming that can be transferred to another part other than commissioner or governor's licenses, such as they're doing with One Shot?
So, President Beatty, recognized members of the commission. We do have programs where folks can donate licenses, of course, that you're familiar with. But in terms of a license where we allocate that license to a group and then essentially back away from who it actually ends up with, I can't think of another one.
No, you've highlighted the one. So commissioner, governor licenses are both that way. And then we don't actually allow folks to transfer a license to somebody they pick to disabled hunter program. They simply donate it back to the department with the intent that it goes to the person who signed up as a disabled veteran, and the department reallocates that license to people that qualify.
So this is probably the only, set out the exception, this is probably the only exception where in the state of Wyoming, someone could, a private organization, I'm sure One Shot's a 501c3, but nonprofit private corporation could determine who actually gets a license, other than those exceptions we've discussed here. Is that accurate?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, motion. Is the license actually issued to that person and then it's deferred to someone else, or is it actually like they won a lottery and so they just gave their lottery spot to somebody else? So the actual license itself was not actually transferred to another person. It was the right to obtain one of these 80 licenses that we've issued. Is that correct?
So that's correct. By the time when the license is actually, once the license is actually issued from us, it goes to that hunter, and they can't transfer it.
So it's not actually transferring a license; they're actually transferring their spot in the field.
Correct.
And I think Jason's here. He can tell us when I showed up, Jason or one of his folks is there sitting at the table, and they actually handwrite you an antelope license for whatever area you're going to be in. Is that still the way it's for?
Commissioner Craig, it's changed a little bit over time now with IPOS, but we don't actually issue the physical license until that whoever through their process has received it presents us with that ticket. So it's similar to how it was done in the past, but now it's all electronic. So we don't issue a license and then transfer it to somebody else.
So the One Shot gives you a license that says this pass shooter. You don't know when you issue the licenses whether it's a actual pass shooter or a guest that's been nominated by a pass shooter. It's just a name.
Correct. Hey Rick, you broke the record too. You're allocated 10 minutes, went to 45.
I don't think that was his fault. All right, we have a motion on the floor.
Discussion.
Any more discussion on that?
No, I have some.
Oh.
The only thing I'd like to add is that, like I said, we can't change anything this year. I think we should move forward. Go ahead and do it this year with the caveat that we have this on the November agenda in Buffalo and try to close the door on this because it's just going to keep coming back. We have to figure out an answer.
Mr. Craig?
I generally agree that, the One Shots relied on that. We shouldn't pull the carpet out from underneath them. I guess my trouble is we had a man show up yesterday and ask, why don't we do this like Arizona, where if I draw a moose tag or sheep tag, I have 24 hours to transfer that tag to my son, which being an old crippled up man greatly appeals to me. And it's just not allowable under Wyoming law, except for the One Shot, and that troubles me. So it's kind of a double-edged sword. Should we allow rich people from California, former state senator from Utah, come in and hunt 10 years in a row, or should that former state senator from Utah be able to give the license to his buddy, the former governor of Minnesota, or whatever? That troubles me because there's a lot of outfitters sitting here in the room, and I bet you they would love to be able to have the ability to transfer licenses to whoever they want to. And this is just, I should have known about it years ago. I'm embarrassed I didn't, but that troubles me. So we could possibly fix that this year. We could say, we can give you 80 tags, and we fully understand 24 go to 56, but thou shalt not have this transfer system in place. But
well, currently right now the motion stands to approve the proposal as submitted. So, fair to vote on that? I prefer we look at it all in November. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All
those opposed?
Nay, because of the transfer problem.
I didn't hear all of that. So, would you do a roll call vote, please?
Yes.
Nay.
Said aye. Didn't you?
Did I say that? I'm sorry. I was opposed to the motion.
That's why we're doing a roll call, Reggie. We didn't.
Nay.
Hey.
Nay, because of the transfer problem.
I have to say nay as well.
Aye.
Absolutely.
What do you have, 3-3?
You get to vote, Pete.
You get the vote, Mr. Duty.
I'll vote nay, so we can start it over. So unless you want to make another motion, you're denying both parties.
I would make a motion.
Fair enough.
I'd make a motion that for this year, we authorize the issuance of up to 80 licenses to the one-shot animal hunt, 80 licenses to the women's animal hunt. Those licenses will be issued at the discretion of both of those entities, but there shall not be the ability to transfer licenses to a third party. They need to designate who get those licenses, and that person gets a license. What I'm trying to get at with my motion is I'm troubled by the idea that a past shooter can come in, participate in whatever drawing the one shot has, and then dedicate that license to a guest. That seems to me to be inconsistent with how we handle all other licenses in Wyoming, with the exception of governor's licenses, commissioner's licenses, and those licenses in various programs where someone can draw a license and transfer it generally to the department, and then entities like Hunting with Heroes or Muley Fanatics can bring disabled people out into the field. This just seems to be inconsistent.
Is there a second to that one motion?
I'll second the clarification. Pat moved that we continue the 80 and 80 for both clubs, but the commission is going to readdress it later this year before next year's draw, so we can clean up this language of the transfer issue. Is that correct?
Yeah, I believe that's the intent.
I will second that motion.
Any discussion on that?
Mr. President, I just want to make sure we're very, very clear on the time frame. Is this approval for this year? It's not a 3-year approval, it's 1 year, correct?
Correct.
All right.
Mr. President, if I may.
Mr. Ryle?
I'd like to remind the commission, July, plans have been made. The city of Lander has fully expected this one shot to take place with 80 license allocations, I believe. I'm not sure what they anticipate, but it's an economic boost, I should say, in a troubled economy. We're changing tradition mid-stride with no notice whatsoever, and I just find it bold on our part. So I'd like to argue that point.
Mr. President, Commissioner Rattle, I agree with you 100%. From the economic times, Lander needs this, they can count on it, I agree 100%. But I guess the point I want to stress is, while I respect their traditions and the event and the local impacts, I guess I just want to send a message that change is coming, because I have dozens and dozens of emails about the equity of this in my region, and so I just wanted an opportunity in the future to exhaustively research a better way of doing business, so all our constituents, all my folks in my area don't feel so disenfranchised.
I think for clarification, I think Pat's motion is to do the 80 tags up to 80 for both of them. The only exception is that they can't transfer the tag. So it shouldn't affect ongoing this year. other than the fact that if someone is one of the 56 that is drawn out of their pool, they have to hunt. They can't give it to somebody else. That's right. That's correct. Place. Got it. Carl, are you still there? That's okay. That's fine.
I am.
Where are you at in the process of determining the 56 licenses, 56 hunters for this year?
For this year, we have already gone through the process of everyone submitting their applications into the general draw, and they've already sent those rejections in, and that random list has been established already. Can I add one more thing?
Have you heard the motion?
I did hear the motion. I guess a couple questions on my end. One, those licenses are set aside in state statute, where I think those are a little bit different licenses. And so the general use for those licenses in our organization is for fundraising, and it is for the benefit of wildlife, just like a commissioner's tag or a governor's permit. So I don't see the difference in trying to say that it's all right for a governor's tag to be used to generate funds. And generally, for instance, a sheep permit, those are so far out of the realm of a working class citizen to be able to bid on that I personally don't see the difference between a governor's permit and these legislatively set aside licenses. And the benefit provided to Water for Wildlife, the economy of Lander, and the economy to the state of Wyoming, and the partnership we have with the Game and Fish, by allowing these funds to come to us, we've been able to partner with the Game and Fish and spend over $100,000 in Game and Fish interns. And we provide free hunter education classes to people in Lander. So the funds that are being raised are being utilized in a manner that will promote the hunting heritage, conservation, and conservation through hunting. So I don't see the difference between a $100,000 to $300,000 governor's sheep tag and someone paying what the face value of an out-of-state antelope license is.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, Pete, Greg's got a deeply concerned look on his face. We better let him talk.
With your permission, Mr. President, members of the commission. Just a couple of things listening to the dialogue involved here, and kind of a process encapsulation is in the organizations submitted their packets for department approval, and we briefed those packets in November. That the commission just approved those two organizations for a period of 3 years. And at this point in the process, their requests have been worked through the Wildlife Division for the biological reasons to make sure that we could support the quota requested or not. And then that's why I briefed the organization stuff in November, and then Rick came back and briefed the quota allocations for this year. This is what they can support biologically. So just from a process perspective, that's kind of how, I see where we're at today from a process perspective. And then probably, one thing, I thought I heard that the transferability issue was in statute, and I just think that's in regulation. That's actually in regulation. So as we move forward to continue dialogue and look at the issue of transferability, as far as a licensing perspective goes, there's no transferability issue on our end, because those licenses are allocated to the organization, and then they do whatever internal process they do, and then we get the names and then issue the license in that name, and that's the person that hunts.
Mr. President, what makes a dramatic difference on my motion is that the transferability is in regulation. So have we given the one shot or the ladies hunt the ability to decide who gets those licenses by regulation? Because I don't want to make a motion that's inconsistent with our regulation, which has force and effect of law. What transferability is set forth in regulation? Commissioner's license, governor's licenses. I think that might be statutory, but I don't know.
Well, I just heard the issue of transferability come up in the context of this dialogue, and that's actually in regulation. We don't allow transferability of licenses. So with these two organizations, you know, we approved the quota. Okay, organization one, here's the number that you have. They work through their internal process. And in this case, you know, One Shot would come back and say, you know, hey, here's the 80 names that we have to support our One Shot event. And then we would get the licenses cut in those 80 names. So we're not involved in their internal processes, just the allocation of the license.
Mr. President, I want to be real clear. So there's nothing, I mean, the process that we've had described to us by the folks from the One Shot today does not take a license that's issued and allow somebody to transfer it to another individual. It simply allows, what they described they're doing is that if a person draws a license, they don't go into the pool and they tell the One Shot, I'd rather you give that license to somebody else. They haven't been issued the license at that point in time, so they haven't actually been in a place where they could have violated the regulation.
So if the One Shot draws a name that's going to get one of the 56 licenses, at that point, they could say, hey, I would rather have my son do it or my friend do it. And then correct. That name goes into Greg's group for issuance. That's correct. Yeah. Which is basically the same thing.
If it looks like a duck, walks like a duck, and quacks like a duck, it's a duck.
That's right.
All right, we have a motion on the floor. Do you want to repeat your motion, please? Maybe briefer.
I'll try. My motion is that we approve the department's request to allocate 80 licenses to both the One Shot and to the Women's Antelope Hunt for the areas they've identified in the memo. We all got a commission notebook that Rick put up on the screen. I didn't hear a clear answer from Carl where they're at and where the One Shot is at with regard to their allocation of the 56 pass shooter licenses. I have no desire to blow up the One Shot this year at the last minute. So I guess my motion is to let me start over. I move that we allocate 80 licenses to the One Shot, 80 licenses to the Women's Antelope Hunt for the areas identified in the material supplied to us. I urge, you know, and that the One Shot actually issued the pass shooter licenses pursuant to existing Wyoming statutes and regulations. That's a little bit of a change motion, but I think that makes it clear.
All right. First of all, that's not the previous motion. So I think you're going to have to withdraw the last motion and start over again. Okay. So
I will withdraw my previous motion. Ralph seconded so.
Ralph, will you withdraw?
I'm okay with the withdrawal.
All right. So
I move to allocate 80 licenses to One Shot Antelope Hunt, 80 licenses to the Women's Antelope Hunt for the areas identified by the department in quantity identified by the department.
is there a second to that?
What?
Are you done?
No.
I'm sorry.
And the 56 pass shooter licenses allocated in that 80 to the one-shot annual PUD should be allocated and distributed pursuant to existing Wyoming statutes and regulations of this.
All right, there's a second?
Second.
Moved by Commissioner Crank, seconded by Commissioner Byrd. All those, any more discussion?
Pat, can you say that one more time?
I'm suggesting the commission give 80 licenses to the one shot, 80 licenses to the women's annual PUD. In the areas and in the quantities identified in the materials we've received from the department. And I'm urging the one shot to allocate those 56 pass shooter licenses consistent and in compliance with existing Wyoming statutes and regulations duly adopted by this commission. So they have to follow the law.
And that's for the 2020 season.
That's for the 2020 season, and then I think there's a strong consensus on the commission to revisit this in November.
Okay. All right, let's get through the motion. Everybody clear on that? Is that essentially the same motion to beat a little bit ago, to revisit this in November? Are we all set? It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Opposed? John.
Somebody wants to speak on it, maybe it's not.
We have already, he can speak, but we've already passed the motion. Carl, you're willing to speak, but we passed the motion.
You hear me?
Yes. Hello?
Mr. President, if I may quickly address Carl.
We're trying to get him on.
All right. Can you hear me?
Yeah, it's a little scratchy, but.
Okay. I tried to get in before to explain a little something, but just briefly, those 80 licenses are, there's 3 organizations involved in the overall One Shot. The One Shot Hunt Club is the bearer of those 80 licenses. So if there's concerns or questions over how those are allocated to past shooters, the option would be to just have an 80-person hunt instead of any type of allocation going forward to past shooters.
Basically, Carl, we passed a motion that you have to allocate those in a legal manner pursuant to our statutes and regulations.
Right, which that would be.
That's for this year, and after that motion, we will probably reinvestigate the whole process this fall. You still want to?
Okay.
Yes, please.
Commissioner Ryle has something.
Carl, this is Commissioner Ryle, and I just want it for the record, please, that I do sustain the Lander One Shot. However, I do not support the exemption of women, nor do I support the exemption of men from the women's One Shot. So just for the record, and I think the commission would follow that too. So although the women's One Shot or the women's animal fund is fairly new, I really had to voice that for the record, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let's go to number 15.
Who does the rest?
Oh, we got to take a break. 10 minutes.
Mr. President. Mr. President. Mic's on.
Hey, Mr. President, I did hear some comments from the audience. They requested that the commissioners be really cognizant of holding the mic in close to their mouth when they're talking. People had a hard time hearing the discussion during the last item.
Thank you. Because of the time and where we are on the schedule, we're going to skip to number 18 regarding traffic.
Yeah, President Duty, Director Nesbitt, members of the commission, thanks for the opportunity. I'm going to introduce Jason Hunter here shortly and turn the time over to him. by way of a general overview, as you recall, in April, we had a discussion about some traffic petitions that the commission received. And the commission directed the department to go back and take a deliberate and exhaustive process to evaluate those issues, as well as some others that were brought up in the petition. And so today's presentation is just simply a progress report, an opportunity for us to provide you with an update on what we've done to date. And there won't be anything that you need to take a vote on or make a decision on today. Again, this is just a progress report. I would like to point out that we put Jason Hunter in charge of this team and assigned some good folks to him and gave him some really quick deadlines. We handed him some assignments and said, get this done yesterday, and Jason jumped up and did it, and I really appreciate that. So I think at the conclusion, well, I won't steal Jason's thunder, but we will be bringing back a suite of options for you to consider. And at that point, we'll point out to you, what you can do through regulation and what we'll need to work through the legislature on. But that's for down the road. And so now I'll turn this over to Jason Hunter, our Land and Regional Supervisor, for his update. Thank you.
All right, President Doobie, members of the commission, Director Nesbitt, thanks for giving me the opportunity to present some of the things we've learned. I'll apologize in advance because there's a lot of information here, so I will be going pretty quick to try and stay kind of within our time limit.
Take the time you need.
Okay. And waiting for maybe the presentation. So I will just get started. We got together, had a department committee that was formed after the commission was presented with the petitions in April. And just as a refresher, those petitions included some requests for trap-free areas, ban of trigger snares, signing of traps and trap areas, setbacks off of trails, report of all non-target captures, report of all species trapped, mandatory trapper education, conservation stamp requirements for trappers, use of live traps where possible, and 24-hour trap checks. Perfect. And then Renee will be clicking through in just a second. And we also had a number of people that called in and voiced their opinion for no change. So our department committee was formed. The members were Aaron Kerr, Jim Seaman, John Stevens, Erica Peckham, Emily Gates, Renee Schell, who's here, Ken Mills, and myself. We were looking at reviewing past statute and regulation changes, fur bearer license sales and harvest information, surrounding state regulations, incidental trapping information, trapping violations, trapping best management practices and trapper education, and then public engagement. Next. All right, and to start us off, I wanted to be clear on some of the definitions. So definition of fur-bearing animal means badger, beaver, bobcat, marten, mink, muskrat, or weasel. Predatory animal means coyote, jackrabbit, porcupine, raccoon, red fox, skunk, stray cat, or wolves outside of the trophy game management area. And again, just to be clear, the commission has management authority over fur bearers and the trapping or harvest of fur bearers. The commission has very limited authority over methods to take for predatory animals. There are a few exemptions in the trapping statute and the regulation. Next. We also had, in 2012, Article 1, Section 38 was added to the Wyoming Constitution that allowed for the opportunity to fish, hunt, and trap wildlife, and it's a heritage that shall be forever preserved to the individual citizens of the state, subject to regulation as prescribed by law, and does not create a right to trespass on private property, diminish other private rights, or alter the duty of the state to manage wildlife. Next. All right, now getting into some of the statutes and regulations. Went back to 2001 for statute changes, and there haven't been many over the years. But it was important to note in 2001 that snares were added to the trap tagging requirements. Prior to that, they were not required to be marked with a trap ID number. It also allowed for a trap ID number to be used instead of names and address on those tags. And it also added snare requirements for the breakaways, the maximum loop size diameter, and added 72-hour check periods that excluded snares and quick kill body traps. Next.
2004, there was language added that made tampering or removing of legal traps or releasing fur bearers or predators from legal traps illegal. And then in 2009 was the next big change, and that was the department's Leadership Development Program project. It was a year-long project that I was fortunate to be a part of, and so was Director Nesbitt. And we made a ton of public contacts during those times to get to where we were, to allow a lot of the statutory language for snares and snare requirements to be pulled out into commission regulation, so the commission could make changes to some of those. But it also required consultation with all the other affected interests to make those changes. Again, removed all the statutory language, and we also added a once per week check period for snares and quick kill body checks. Traps, and prior to that, snares or quick kill body traps had no check period requirements. And again, it's once per week, but the way it reads is actually, you have to check once every 13 days. So you start on a Sunday, check it, that's your check, and you have to then, prior to the next Monday, you have to check your traps. So it ends up being a 13-day time period for snares and quick kill body traps. Next. Now moving into the commission regulations. Went back to 1994 for these, and it was very interesting to note that there were several areas closed to trapping of all species in 94, from 94 to 97, including Red Canyon outside of Lander, and then a portion of the Medicine Bow River from the ranger station to the Bow River campground. Thanks.
Jason?
Yes.
It says trapping, they're close to all trapping. Is that trapping for fur bears?
Trapping of all species, so fur bears or predators at that point. 1997, 98, there was a change, and so this goes to what you were just talking about. The trapping of all species closures moved to close to fur bear trapping or close to all lake holds and snares. And the Red Canyon closure and Medicine Bow River closure were removed. So some of the areas that were closed to fur bear trapping were Grand Teton National Park and the National Elk Refuge. At that time, we also added Rawhide, Springer, and Table Mountain WHMAs to areas closed to the taking of fur-bearing animals from October 1 to October 31. In 2002 and 3, we added quick kill body traps to the definitions, as well as trap identification number, and snare was added to the definition of trapping. And that was based on some of the legislation that happened in 2001. The commission could then put that into regulation. Next. 2006, 2008, all areas that were previously listed as closed to the use of lake hold traps and snares moved to just closed to the taking of fur-bearing animals. So that 2006, 2008 time period, any mention of traps in general being prohibited in certain areas was removed, and it just went strictly to fur-bearing animals. 2009 was the next time period, and that coincided with the Leadership Development Project that went through 2008. And so we added all the requirements for the taking of fur bearer and predatory animals related to snares to the regulation. We also added, once per week check period to the regulation as well. Next. 2012 was the next time we added live traps to the definitions and made some other minor changes. 2016 came out again. We added a definition of pet, and the pet is defined as any domestic or tamed animal kept for companionship or pleasure. We also added definitions for camper, and the 330 conifere was removed from being able to be used on public land, and the requirement to have it partially submerged. And we also added section 11E that allowed for the release of pets and livestock from traps. Prior to that, it was unclear if individuals could do that without tampering. And that was a result of, there was legislation prior year to get at that, but we were able to do that through commission regulation. 2019 to current, we have now 12 defined terms in regulation, whereas in early 90s we only had one. And this last go around, we just removed some limited quota beaver trapping areas and added some areas that were closed to beaver trapping where we wanted to reestablish the populations. I do think it's important to note here that the regulation was also out for review in 98, 99, 2000, 2001, 2003, 2008, and 2014. But during those years, made no changes or very, very minor changes. Here, I just want to take a quick look at fur bear license sales over the years. So going back to 2001, we sold almost 1,100 licenses, trapping licenses. 2010, we were up to 1,869, and then 2019, we were up to almost 2,500. So the number of trappers the number of licensed trappers seems to be increasing a little bit over time. Thanks. So this is just a map that kind of illustrates where most of the folks are buying trapping licenses in the state in 2019. So the areas that are darker green have the most licenses purchased, the counties. The areas that are the darker blue have the least. And so taking a look, back in 2001 in Fremont County, there were 71 people who purchased trapping licenses. Today there are 160. Teton County, in 2001, there were 22, and today there's 34. Sweetwater County had the largest increase. In 2001, we had 82, and then in 2019, we had 221. Thanks. So now we're going to look at some of the harvest information. And we get this information through a random harvest survey. It's a voluntary survey. We do get about 25 to 30% compliance, which is a little bit better than our big game surveys. So it's not everybody obviously, but it's not too bad either. So looking at 2010, total fur bears harvested 10,788. In 2019, we're at 7,404. And it's broken out below just for reference for what's trapped, what's snared, and what's taken with the firearm. Okay. All right, now we'll look at some of the surrounding states' regulations. Just to get a quick look. Trapper education required. 25 states currently require trapper education. The other 25 don't. We're one of those. But looking at specifics for the rest of this, we looked at Colorado, Idaho, Montana, North Dakota, Nebraska, South Dakota, and Utah. Looking at setbacks required. They're required in Colorado, Idaho, Montana, and Nebraska, but the distance varies from 10 to 1,000 feet. So there's a lot of difference there. Closures for recreation, we have Colorado, Idaho, Montana, Nebraska, South Dakota, and Wyoming. Next, trap signage. Trap signage is recommended only in Idaho and Colorado. There's no requirement to sign traps. Trap checks varies from no trap check period in North Dakota to as little as 24 hours in Colorado and Nebraska. And Wyoming is sitting right now at 72 hours for leg hold and live traps, and once per week for every 13 days for snares and field body traps. All right, reporting non-target trapping incidents. Montana requires reporting of all non-targets trapped. Utah is all protected species. Colorado, Idaho, North Dakota, and South Dakota, it's only dead fur bearers, dead wildlife, or protected species. Nebraska is no requirement. Wyoming, it's only injured or dead game animals, raptors or fur bearers out of season. And injured in the regulation relates to injured in a way that the animal may not be released to live. So its injuries are too great, it's probably going to die. Trap types allowed. A lot of variation there, but most states around us allow all types with some restrictions. And again, like we've talked, those restrictions vary significantly from state to state. Colorado only allows live traps, with the exception of footholds on private land with strict conditions. South Dakota has banned the spring-powered power snares. Take a quick look at trapping violations from 2006 to 2020. I want to show on this chart, we'll look at a couple others here too. The most common violations we see are failing to check traps within 24 hours and failing to tag traps in the field, so not putting that identification tag on. The cases that are listed as no action are cases where we just could not identify a suspect because they were untagged, something that we could not ID a suspect. And it's important to note there are several cases that involve multiple citations and warnings issued to the same person. And going through all these cases, it's pretty evident that we have less than 20 individuals that comprise, again, a lot of these multiple violations over the years. Next. Next one is going to be just a graph representation of the violations over the years. We have a peak in the middle of 2013. And that's a result. We have one case where we had 42 violations for one individual who snared multiple big game animals while trying to trap coyotes. And then we have a low in 2019. And that, we believe, is a result of having fewer law enforcement around the state. We had a lot of transition during that time. And it parallels what we saw for big game and fishing violations during that time as well, a large decrease in the number documented. Okay, recap violations. Again, 837 violations, total fines of $78,931, total restitution of just over $2,500, and total license suspensions, trapping license suspensions of 85 years. And some other information to look at, because of some things that have come up during conversations with some stakeholders. Number of dog chasing deer or dog chasing big game violations we've seen during that time period are 465 violations. And then the unlawful tampering or removal of traps or snares, we had 42 documented violations. And then unlawful release or removal of fur bearers or predators from a trap or snare, we had 8 violations. All right. Next, we're going to talk a little bit about trapping best management practices and trapper education. I do want to point out that all the committee members have taken the online OFWA approved trapper education course. I think we all learned quite a bit, found it pretty informative. And several trapping information education courses have been conducted for department personnel over the years, including for the past several years, our brand new game wardens in Lander are exposed to a day of trapping enforcement training. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Brian White with OFWA. He's the program manager for trapping policy. He's been heavily involved with BMPs over the years, and he's going to give a brief rundown of BMPs and history.
Thank you, Jason. I'm just, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, please speak loudly.
Okay. Well, first of all, I just want to thank you for the opportunity, thank the commission to give you a presentation on behalf of the Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies about the largest trap research program that's ever been conducted. I've had the privilege of managing this program for OFWA since about 2002. It's been the primary thing in my portfolio, along with a lot of other human-wildlife conflict resolution issues. So, are you guys seeing my presentation? I'm seeing something a little bit different on my screen.
Not quite yet. Hold on a second.
Okay. Sorry you can't see me. I'm a little technologically challenged, and my desktop computer actually doesn't even have a camera, so I don't know if you can see that picture of me, but I was hunting in Wyoming when that picture was taken of me. So
all we see is ourselves right now. We'll be there in a second.
All right. Thank you.
I think we're on.
Okay. Are we ready to go, Jason?
We're ready to go.
Okay. Well, thank you again. Next slide, please. So the program that I'm going to talk about is the program to develop best management practices for trapping in the United States. We started this program back in 1997, and one of its main purposes is to evaluate the welfare of animals that are captured in traps with the goal of improving animal welfare and then encouraging everyone who uses traps to use these most humane devices. So that's it in a nutshell, and now I'll give you some more details about that. Next slide, please. One of the things that I did want to let you know right at the beginning is that there is very broad support from our professional organizations for regulated trapping. Wildlife veterinarians and also wildlife biologists are very much on board with trapping and this research program that AFWA has been conducted. So the Wildlife Society has a standing position statement on trapping that they just revised, just came out last week. It's a very positive statement. It advocates for the continued development of best management practices. The American Association of Wildlife Veterinarians, the American Veterinary Medical Association, both have position statements on trapping that are also very positive and support the development of BMPs. And then also the Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies, of course. But the primary thing is that all these organizations support the use of trapping in wildlife management, and they support the use of BMPs by those who use traps. Next slide. Next slide. I think I had that one in. There we go. So the objectives of this program are pretty simple. Our primary goal was to improve the welfare of animals captured in traps. We also wanted to improve trap safety, selectivity, and efficiency. So we collect data on all of these different aspects of trapping when we conduct our research projects. We wanted to enhance the awareness and understanding of modern regulated trapping because we know that there are a lot of folks who really don't understand trapping, and we need to clarify that, especially those in our professional community. And we wanted to sustain regulated trapping as a wildlife management technique because we know it's important to agencies to be able to use trapping when they need to do that. Next slide. So the Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies has a working group, the Fur Bear Conservation Technical Working Group, that's specifically devoted to fur bear issues. And so they have been kind of overseeing the development of best management practices. The folks on that technical work group are made up of state wildlife agency, biologists, federal agency, tribal agency, and then also folks from the Trapper Association. So we think we have a good mix of folks there. We also have a number of wildlife veterinarians that are part of this working group as well. Next slide. We're basically testing all kinds of traps that are out there, live restraint systems and also lethal systems. We generally start off testing a trap that's commonly used and maybe not modified that much, see how that trap performs, and then start moving through modifications, ways that we can improve that trap and make it work a little bit better for our goals. Next slide, please. In terms of how we actually evaluate the traps, we worked with the International Organization of Standardization, or ISO, which is the most authoritative standard setting body in the world. We worked with ISO through the American National Standards Institute, developed a technical advisory group within ANSI to work with ISO. We had wildlife biologists and veterinarians, and there were also folks from all over the world that were participating in this. But we developed an ISO standard, and there are protocols and then animal evaluation methods for testing both restraining traps and traps that are designed to be lethal. We also evaluate safety because we want to make sure the traps are safe for the users and public who might come in contact with those traps. We look at selectivity because we realize that's an issue with trapping as well. We want to make sure that when someone sets a trap, they can catch the species or animal that they are actually trying to capture. We're concerned about efficiency as well. We want to make sure that, you know, we're recommending traps that folks can actually catch animals with. And then practicality. We want to make sure the traps that we recommend are going to be field worthy for those who use them. Next slide, please. So we're developing a separate BMP document for each of 23 species of animals. These are the most commonly trapped animals in the United States and really in North America. We already have a BMP for 22 of those species. Wolverine is the only animal on that list that we don't have a BMP for. We have conducted a couple of research projects to capture wolverine, but we don't have enough data yet to produce a BMP. But that's where we are with the program at this point. Next slide, please. So there is an ad hoc group for each one of those different species of animals. There are biologists, veterinarians, and trapping experts that really make up those different ad hoc groups that we have. Next slide. The development of a BMP is a fairly intuitive process. We review the past research. We identify our research priorities by conducting national ownership and use of traps surveys. The last time we did this, we surveyed the U.S. and interviewed about 7,000 trappers to find out what species they were most interested in capturing and what traps they most often use to capture them. And that's basically how we set our testing. We conduct field projects. We use licensed trappers on their trap lines, doing the things that we want them to do, following our protocols. We necropsy the animals at the end of the field projects. And when we first initiated this project, most of our necropsies were being done either at SCWDS, which is the Southeast Cooperative Wildlife Disease Study Center at the University of Georgia, and Dr. Victor Nettles, who's shown in the upper right-hand corner. He and his wife, Dr. Charlotte Quist, were some of the primary folks who did our necropsies. Also, Dr. Elizabeth Williams at the University of Wyoming did many of our initial necropsies, and then also folks at the USDA APHIS Wildlife Services National Wildlife Research Center. So that was where all the necropsies happened initially. Since that time, we've had about 5 state agency wildlife veterinarians that have been trained, and those folks are conducting the necropsies for us now based on that ISO analysis. We analyze all the field and lab data that we collect. We compare that information to the international standard, and then we synthesize all that to produce a trapping BMP. Next slide, please. And so since 1997, we've tested over 600 different trap types. We've conducted over 450 individual trapping field projects. Wyoming has actually participated in several of these. 1,500 volunteer trappers and technicians, agency biologists, mini trap nights, and we've trapped in all 5 of the U.S. regions, including Alaska. Next slide, please. And so what is a BMP? Well, it just basically provides some basic biological, ecological information about the species that it's concerned with. It details those trapping devices that we tested that meet all of the BMP criteria based on the international standard comparison. And then if we did anything that we thought was unique using these traps in the field, we mention those techniques so that people can hopefully get the same results that we got when we did the testing. Next slide, please. And so what the association has always hoped that folks would do with trapping BMPs is just implement them into their voluntary education programs, not legislate them, not legalize them. Some states have regulated the use of certain BMP devices, but there's no state that has mandated that BMPs for all species, all devices be used. And our goal, again, is just to put these into trapper education so that folks are aware of them. Next slide, please. As Jason mentioned a moment ago, the association does have an online trapper education course. We also have a hard copy booklet. There are many states that are using this program. The reason that AFWA developed this is because it's kind of based on the hunter education approach. It has content standards, it has learning objectives, and our goal was to standardize trapper education nationally and also to make trapper education reciprocal. And so the association has done that through the vote at our business meeting of AFWA directors. that was approved. And so that education program is out there, and there are many states that are using that now. Next slide. And so besides just the research aspect of that, there's also a lot of education and outreach, trying to get information about BMPs and trying to get information about how trapping is used in wildlife management programs to get that information out there. So we have a Trapping Matters workshop that we do in various states around the country every year. We also do it at the Wildlife Society Conference and other conferences, but we've conducted more than 50 of those over the years. We've trained over 6,000 wildlife professionals from all agency levels, from directors to technician to front desk staff. And basically our goal is to make sure that everyone is aware of how important trapping is and that trapping can be conducted humanely. Next slide, please. And so this is where you can actually find the BMP documents. There are a couple of different websites that are out there. The main AFWA website at fishwildlife.org. There's a page that's devoted to fur bearer management, and the BMPs and all the other research that we've done are there. There's also a website called furbearmanagement.com that AFWA manages, that I manage for AFWA. And it also has all of our research about fur bearer management and the BMPs on it as well. But we also work through state trapper education programs, through state and national trapper meetings, and then also through various scientific meetings around the country that I attend and present at each year. Next slide, please. One of the things that we know about BMPs, based on various surveys that we've done around the country, is that BMPs can help agencies gain or maintain support for regulated trapping, because the public is generally not familiar with trapping at all, and they're certainly not aware that trap research has been done to improve animal welfare. But many studies have shown that when the public is informed about that, they're much more supportive of regulated trapping. Next slide, please. I think that's all that I wanted to say, Jason, and commissioners, but I am happy to take questions if you have any. And again, thank you for the opportunity to present today.
Thank you, Brian. Are there any questions from the commission?
And I think Brian's going to stay on, so I'll make sure.
Great. Thank you for this question.
Okay, thanks, Brian.
Thank you.
All right, just finishing up, just a couple more slides. Going to look at public engagement that has happened over the years. This first one, we looked at public comment summaries from 2016 to present. So the last 2 times the regulation was out to the public and reviewed and approved by the commission, and the April commission meeting, some of the information from the petition by the commission. And as you can see, there were a lot of topics that have come up over the years. Some of the most common have been trap-free areas, concerns about non-targets, including pets being captured, human safety, but there's also been, fairly high interest in making no changes during these comment periods. Other engagement efforts, recent engagements in Fremont County. There was a stakeholder meeting hosted by Karen Zoller, who's here today, and the Game and Fish Department facilitated that meeting, so it's kind of a joint meeting. It was a very informative meeting. We had 30 to 40 people attend, maybe a little bit more. Several issues that came up during that meeting were discussed with a broad group of stakeholders, including trappers, folks who don't want to see or want to see trapping reform, landowners. There were a lot of people in the room. And we had some very good conversations. There was, I think, some mutual understanding. I think everybody realized that everyone was a person. They could relate and had a contact for questions in the future. Again, we didn't agree on a lot of things either. So, but a couple of things that came out of that. There was support for trapper and public education. There was also support for removal of power snares. But with the power snares, there's a lot of confusion about what types are out there, power or spring load or trigger snares.
So there are a few different types, and I think you guys did get to see at least one of those on the Ram Power Center recently. And so, looking at what's out there and what is being used on the landscape is something that still needs to be done. In Jackson, in around the 2015 time period, there was a lot of discussions going on. There was local support there for a Cache Creek closure, as well as some setbacks on heavily used trails. And then we also had, it's been brought up, I know you guys see it in emails, but through our strategic plan process, we had several participants in there comment on trapping. Most of the comments on trapping in the, although there weren't a huge number of people, but most of the comments were opposed to trapping. But like Brian mentioned, that's very similar to what Awful has seen with various studies, that about 71% of people, when they don't know much about trapping, are opposed for various reasons. But once there's some discussion, some dialogue, and some general education, that goes down to about 46%. Let's see. We've also done several how to release your pet workshops. Those have been hosted and put on by Wyoming Untrapped, local pet shelters, the department, Wyoming Trappers Association, or a combination of those entities. Again, a recent example in Lander, we had one of the shelters want to put on the event. We got with a member of the Trappers Association who taught the event, but Renee coordinated a lot of the actual event itself. So there are a lot of those going on. So finally, we ended up with a stakeholder contact summary. We identified through getting with all the regions around the state, 279 stakeholders to contact. We attempted to contact as many of these individuals over 14 days. And we were able to make contact and have discussions with 132 of those individuals. And we left multiple emails and or messages with 60 individuals. 3 individuals declined to provide input. And so I just want to stress these are ongoing conversations. We haven't stopped. We continue to make contact with some of these folks as well as receive phone calls or emails back. It's been a little bit difficult to get some information out of the public land user groups. I mean, they all have members of those groups, and so they had to take some of these questions back to the group to get their consensus on the issue. So we have started hearing back from a few of those now, so those aren't included in this summary. Next. So we'll take a look at the breakdown of the stakeholder contact summary. I think you'll notice that trappers were one of the biggest groups we contacted. And I think that's a result of, that's the group that this is going to affect the most if there are any changes made. And I think we have support from the public, or from the trappers themselves, either support or opposition to these big issues. I also think we did a pretty good job because I know the folks who want to see change are upset how many trappers we contacted, and I know the trappers themselves, some of them are upset that we didn't contact enough. So I think we're about a happy meeting. We also talked to a number of landowners, county predator management boards, various NGO groups, public land management agencies, public, other state or local agencies, the legislature, wildlife services, folks who have had dog conflicts, dog and trap conflicts over the years, outfitters, sportsmen, and again, like I mentioned, the public land user groups, and dog owners and bird hunters. Okay. So summary of the responses. Up at the top, we had no changes supported was the thing that popped up from most people that we talked to, and then we'll get to some of that, some of these other user groups. But we did have a lot of support for mandatory trapper education, support for education for recreationalists, support for setbacks and signage, concerns about non-target catch pets, support for training and education of pet owners, concerns for human recreation and safety, concerns for trapper and trapping ethics, and support for leash laws, as well as a few others below. Okay. So here looking at the trappers, we had 33 of the 50-some trappers we contacted didn't support any changes, but we had a fairly significant number that did support some change. I think those are important to note.
support for mandatory trapper education, support for education in general. We also had some support for setbacks and signage. And signage varied from signing individual traps to signage at various trailheads. So those all came up during this conversation. Okay. So NGO groups. Again, we had support for setbacks, concerns about trapper ethics, concerns about non-target catch of pets, and support for mandatory education and signage. And members of the public, just individually, not necessarily hunters, fishermen, trappers in general, just I know some folks don't like the term, but non-consumptive users. And so we had support for setbacks, concern about trapper ethics and trapping, concerns about non-target catch of pets, concerns about human recreation and safety around traps. And what we found is the information we got from the public and the various NGOs pretty closely resembled what we've seen from public comments during regulation cycles. Okay, I just want to end with, this has been a really great opportunity. We've had a lot of great conversations with various stakeholders around the state. A lot of interest from folks to talk and to look at issues and to work with the department. So I thought that was very positive. And as Rick alluded to, there's still a lot of work to be done for us to bring some actual proposals out and specifically related to what we have statutory authority or regulatory authority. So my hope is that will be coming.
Very good, thank you. Any questions for Jason? Mr. President? Yeah, Jason. First of all, I'd like to commend you on a great presentation. This stirs up. I'm reading through it and listening to you talk. It just stirs up a lot of questions for me. So there's going to be a lot of homework involved in this subject, I can tell. But I do have a couple of questions for you. The areas that are closed for trapping, what are some of the reasons that we've closed trapping?
And so the areas like the wildlife habitat management areas in Laramie County or maybe parts of Goshen County, those were put in place in the 90s because of a trapping or snaring incident with a pet.
Okay. And what about like the areas that pass there?
So that's no longer a closure area. So
that's no longer a closure area. What was the reason it was closed?
Not a lot of information. Not a lot of folks that still remember a lot of those things that are left in the agency. But that is an elk winter range right out there.
Okay. And that's what I thought too. Maybe that's possibly what it is. The idea of reporting non-targets, what's the thought process behind it?
That's an interesting question. I'm actually, talking to stakeholders and trappers, government trappers included. I think the thought from some is they would like to do it, would like to look at it to show that there's not thousands of non-targets being trapped out there. I think from folks we talked to that want to see some change, their thought is there's a lot that go unreported every year. And so I don't know what the answer is there. I know there's some interest from both groups to maybe look at that.
Okay. And then I noticed in the violation section you had, there's about 465 violations of dogs chasing wildlife. Where did most of those occur? Do you have any idea?
I don't have any idea. We didn't break that out. But it is interesting in our Whiskey Mountain Bighorn Sheep Collaborative project that we spent about a year working with the public on. That was one of the #1 issues that came up with things we might be able to do on the WHMA up there, because folks were seeing a lot of harassment up there, and so there was some talk and some interest in further educating the public, or maybe some further restrictions up there. So again, those are some things we're still considering as part of that plan, which is outside of this space.
Okay. One last question for you, Jason. In the last portion of your presentation, where you broke out the different user groups that you surveyed, I noticed on the see if I can find them. I noticed on the trapper piece, the individual trapper information, there was no question about trap-free areas. Is that because? Is there a reason for that?
No, so I think I did provide a handout to everybody that kind of gave a
larger breakdown of these stakeholder contacts. And we didn't go down a list and ask bit by bit for everybody. These were just open-ended questions about, do you think there's a need or would you support trapping changes? If not, are you concerned about changes to certain regulations or statutes? We also asked every stakeholder, is there anybody that you think we should contact that we may have forgotten about? And so we've gotten a lot of those, and we're trying to again catch up and make those contacts. But it wasn't just going down a list asking for support or opposition. It was just general conversation, and those things floated.
So that could be a question that just wasn't asked. Okay. So could I assume then with that answer that was the same, that would be the same for on the public comment where there was no response or no change at all? That might be a question that wasn't asked.
Yeah, we didn't ask specific questions.
Okay, very good. Thank you. That's all I had.
Mr. President, this is good stuff. I commend you and your team and the department in general. Good stuff. Thank you.
No, thank you. And it was definitely a team effort. Took a lot from everything.
Any other questions for Jason? All right, we've got some blue sheets here. I just want to remind everybody, we all know this is a very passionate and emotional subject. Remember that this is a process. This is not the final product, and the Game and Fish Department is continuing to do research and do collect information for us to make decisions in the future. So, please be respectful. I have first Lisa Robertson.
Hello.
We hear you.
Okay. Hi, everyone. This is Lisa Robertson in Jackson. Good morning, President Doobie, Director Nesbitt, and Commissioners. I just have a very, very short comment. You've seen our petitions and you know what we're seeking. So I'm going to make this very short. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. Regardless of the meeting schedules of the Wyoming Game and
But you need to speak louder, please.
Okay, can you hear me all right?
Yes, better.
Is that better?
Yes. Yes, it is.
Okay. All right. Regardless of the meeting schedules of the Wyoming Game and Fish Department, Commission, and Legislature, in the field, trapping issues are growing more contentious every day. We urge you to please act to mitigate the situation that is caused by three factors. Number one, the number of the people using our public lands is increasing faster than ever before. We've done extensive research, and the details are documented in the petition we've submitted. Following the recommendation of Game and Fish staff, our petition is data heavy, including GIS maps of many of the locations we seek trap-free zones and the usage numbers available. Harvest data also shows a steady increase of trapping licenses annually, but yet pelt prices are low. The Wyoming State Trappers Association has stated that approximately 50% of trappers each year are new without any mandatory requirement for education. Number three, an alarming number of unintended trapping incidents are happening in Wyoming. And this is from the Wyoming Game and Fish Department data. 56 mountain lions, 57 mule deer, 33 otters, 13 swift fox, 11 pronghorn, 5 golden eagles, and countless more. These are only the wild animals that are reported. 71 plus dogs have been reported to us by the public since Wyoming Game and Fish Department does not keep these records. The loss of domestic animals and wildlife has enraged our constituents. Whether or not this agency values their opinions, their concern, their anger, and their action is increasing. Trapping conflicts and non-target deaths will surely rise. We hope you can see us as partners in your communities to keep our citizens and wildlife safe in this situation. While our agencies may seem like strange bedfellows, we urge you to work with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next up, we have Karen Zola. I knew she knew. Come on up, Karen.
Hey, everyone. Karen Zoller. Hi. I'm the one that's been writing you letters, working with the public. Made my own t-shirt. My dog Mac is building that snare. Really looking at this data, it's very tracker heavy. It's very tracker heavy, weighted. And it really looks like there's a theme in this and a pattern where the trappers say no, and then you look at the public, and then you look at the opposition, right? So you got the trappers saying no, we don't want to change. The public's like, oh, I don't, I want to ban all trapping. I don't want anything. But really, we are the middle ground. We are the public, and it's working together for public safety on our land. Does that kind of make sense? So these solutions that we have presented to you, did you get those in the book? Get those?
Yes.
Yeah. So those are the solutions to make it fair, because we, like I said, we all have rights on public land, right? So this is not about banning anything for the trappers. It's about coming together. Let's work on it. Let's start to take action now before the next trapper season, because it's fair. I mean, why should 0.4% of the trappers in our population overrule the 99.6% of us? Where we have to have backpacks. We have to be ready on the trail with our conger traps and our wire cutters, and watching, because there's no signs. There's nothing that we know as a recreationalist to protect our kids or our dogs or our pets. And it's being respectful of each other, where, yeah, the trapper wants to trap, but then they need to be respectful for us. So you see how basically it's your freedom ends when mine begins. The trapper wants to utilize the public land for that, but then we have rights too to use the public land. So we sent the information, and we have ideas. So I'm not sure if you got that little, did you get that little the informational sheet I sent, where it kind of just put together, it was like a diagram of how this all fits together, connecting the data. Anyway, so the middle of it is the Constitution, because everyone is responsible to the Constitution. And if you understand the Constitution, then you can be a sportsman or a sportswoman, and you are regulated by law, and it's important to think of others. You don't infringe upon the rights of others. And of course, you don't alter the duty of the state to manage wildlife, which is your responsibility, right? And that's really the core to honoring that. And then Fish and Game has a strategic plan. Just safety, you got safety all over it. You've done this great strategic towards the future with all the data from the state, and it complements what Jason did. And it shows that there are, Wyoming loves its public lands, right? 75% are recreationalists. Hunters, trappers are 30%. Wildlife viewing is like 67%. So that's a higher range. And we talk about the latest technology in data management. But how do you manage data if you don't collect data? So if people don't report their kills, how do you manage the data? How do you manage it? Can you tell me? Because if you manage data, it's exciting. I mean, you can see the trends, you can see the patterns, you can see, is one species getting wiped out, is one not, but it's the trapper's responsibility too, to adhere to the Constitution. See how it all fits together? So, and then of course it parallels with, the public groups want, and we have solutions for public safety and public land. So we all can work together. Does that make sense? So yeah, what Jason did, it's been really good working with Game and Fish and Jason, and making an improvement. So I really stand firm that we are working together in this. There's not like, we don't want the trappers to trap, but trappers have a responsibility, so the people can be safe too. So maybe we can mesh this together where we can make it better. Like All right, the trappers can trap safer for the public, and the public can be involved so we can all work together on it. Makes sense? Add the public safety component, such as a sign or a setback. Because right now, trap law is, the trapper is the only one that knows the trap location and the trap type. The game wardens can't even help the public. So you don't know what to do. So if the trappers would work with us, the public too, and try to help keep the public safe, that would be nice over time.
Well, we appreciate Karen, and we appreciate you. We know your sympathy for your situation. We appreciate that, and we know your emotion and passion. We hope you continue to work with Jason and the group, and as we continue forward with this process. So appreciate that.
Nice.
Thank you. Christy Chapman.
Hi, everyone. My name is Christy Chapman, and I'm a professional dog trainer. Thank you, Nathan, for your work on everything. That was really good, too. And I appreciate Karen coming here. I know how much courage it took for her to be here. I want to also let everybody on the commission know that I am involved with Wyoming Trap, as well as Y-Trap Fremont County. I'm there in support of Karen and what she went through as a dog owner. Because I'm a trainer and I deal with those things every day. I wanted to just, wasn't really prepared to talk yet. I was thinking I have more time, but I wanted to let you guys know that I feel like there is room for, as Karen mentioned, more cooperation between all of the stakeholders that are involved. I'm currently working with clients in the Fremont County area on trap safety. I'm working with them on how to mitigate and lessen their conflicts with wildlife. I have a lot of clients, and I mean a lot of clients. It's like the #1 thing. I want to hike with my dog on the trails. I want to take my dog with me when I camp. I want to take my dog with me when I go fishing. I want my dog to be on the boat with me. How can I do all those things safely? How do I train my dog to do this and that and this and that, not chase wildlife, not, you know, not jump off the boat, things like that. It's possible. We do it. I do it every day. So there are ways to train animals, and I also educate the public. I educate people about putting bells on your animals. If you have a bell on your dog, wildlife's going to lay low. There's less chance that your dog is going to chase wildlife in that case. And so one of the things, and I think Jim is here, I've spoken to some trappers, Jim is one, and a few other people, and they've been very gracious in working with me to understand traps more. Because of COVID, I haven't actually connected with them yet to do that, but I'm working on developing a trap aversion workshop where we would teach people how to train their dog when they see or smell anything associated with trapping. It's a cue to return to your owner. And it's as simple as that. I do support leash laws, but I also support people being able to recreate with their dogs off leash. If a dog is reliable off leash, I think it's important that they are allowed that opportunity. I think that there's a lot of people who ride trails on horses, ride trails on bikes. They ride trails on four-wheelers and other off-road vehicles. And it's unrealistic to expect them to have their dog on a leash in that situation, and it's putting them in danger, the dog and the person. So I feel like you know, those are the people coming to me and saying, we want to be able to do this safely with our dogs. I come from a ranching family. We never had our dogs on leashes ever. We did have dogs chase wildlife. They were punished for it. I've learned different techniques since then, so I know how to train a dog not to do those things. I'm a hunter, I'm a fisher woman, and I currently trap. We own a nice little acreage, and my boyfriend's son owns acreage, and we're in Fremont County, and we do have some predation. So we trap for those things. So I understand trapping at a base level. I understand the dog end of things. And I understand the human-wildlife conflict that occurs and the trapping conflict. Going somewhere with that. I apologize. Like I said, I wasn't totally ready for this. I think there is a lot more potential for conflict right now. There are a lot more people on the landscape. I see it in Lander. I see it in Carbon County. I'm from Carbon County. I was born and raised here. I see it all the time. And since I became aware of MAC and all of that, I talk to people about trapping education. I talk to people about how to release their animals from traps. I always hear every single new dog person I meet says, I've either had a dog trapped or I know somebody who's had a dog trapped. And it blows me away. But then I thought about it when I was preparing for this meeting. It shouldn't blow me away because I've worked in animal rescue and training for over 20 years. And several animals that I've taken in have had scars or injuries that were consistent. And these were stray animals in Carbon County. They had injuries that were consistent with being caught in a trap, but it never dawned on me until now. And most of them were snares, really. Muzzles with a scar. And we thought some lunatic was wiring mouths shut. But we had broken legs and things like that. I'm sure they were trapped. And as I started looking at things, it dawned on me that that was probably the case more than it isn't the case. So I just wanted to kind of put it out there that I do think it's important to have the setbacks. I think those are important. Setbacks from trails. 300 feet I don't think is unrealistic or unreasonable. 300 feet is most of my clients, I teach them to keep their dog within 50 feet. 50 feet of the trail, 50 feet of them. So even 100-foot setback would be good. 300 feet would be really good. I think trap-free areas are also important. I have a lot of bird dog hunters that I talk to or work with, and those people, they are saying they won't hunt at Ocean Lake because their dogs could get trapped. And yet that's a wildlife management area that has been created as a hunting habitat for the game birds. Pheasants everywhere out there. Wonderful. But nobody wants to hunt it because they're afraid their dogs will get trapped. So I think that setbacks, I think that some trap-free areas or closures, even seasonal closures are important. And that's really all I wanted to say. Do you guys have any questions for me?
I do.
Okay.
I commend you for your educational efforts to recreationists and the training of dogs. My question is about that. How effective is it to train dogs to locate? Not go near traps.
You know, this is going to be, it's going to be an experiment for me, but, and I have to be honest about that. Dogs can be specific. A lot of rattlesnake aversion training is done with a shock collar, and a dog knows when they're not wearing a shock collar. Yeah. So they will go after a snake. We are finding that they are actually a little more aggressive towards the snake in that case. Ironically, I'm finding out that people go out and trap a snake and tape its mouth shut after they cut its fangs off, and then they release them back into the wild, and I think that's horrible. We don't need to do those things. And training a dog, I do shockless aversion training for rattlesnakes. We teach a dog that from the sight, scent, or sound of a snake, that's the cue to return back to your owner. So, I mean, they distinguish when they've got that collar on. They know that that's, you know, game on. We can do what we want. I don't see where there's any difference between, oh, I see that. You know what? I'm going to go back to my owner because that's going to be way more rewarding than investigating this interesting object. And so we basically expose them to those things and teach them that walking away from that is way more rewarding, and it's incredibly effective. There's science behind that kind of training, a lot of science, and I don't need to go into it here because it would take me hours. It's something I'm very passionate about, but it's very effective.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Appreciate
You're welcome. Thank you for holding this meeting and for taking this issue on.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
We have several more to go, so please be concise. James Pierce.
President Duty, Brian Nesbitt, commissioners, spoke before the commission on a number of times. I'd like to commend Jason on his presentation and the work Game Fish did on gathering this data. I know there's more work to be done on it. Just a quick blip on some of the things that Lisa brought up about non-targets. She named a number of non-targets that were reported. Her focus basically is dogs. And like I said before the commission before, it holds no scientific or biological significance to the game and fish to be required to collect that data. And where I have been and am on occasion contracted to remove feral dogs or problem dogs that are either harassing livestock or wildlife, to quote Representative Clem on the QRW board, that information could only be used in a nefarious manner. And so I reiterate on that point. As far as setbacks, a 300-foot setback sounds real good, but when you're pushing the edge of an envelope and you've got to walk 600 feet to set a trap, and you're going 15 or 20 of those a day, and you have snow conditions, it's not practical. 24-hour trap check, same thing. In Wyoming, where we have weather conditions and distances to deal with, 24 hours is not even a consideration. We have a 72-hour and a 7-day on leg holds on 72 and lethal devices on 7 days. We went through tooth and nail to get that established. Okay, and it works and it's ineffective. As far as closing areas, you know, we've considered like game habitat areas, like bird areas, where you have dogs, hunting dogs. You know, we weren't opposed to that. We would be in favor of looking at language in that regard. As far as general closure areas like joining behind the rocks, that's going to set a precedent, just like the Cache Creek proposal did a number of years ago. It sets a precedent, and that can only exasperate, if you will. Those are basically things I just wanted to touch on. The whole dog issue, it's unfortunate about Karen's dog. And she has my sympathy in that regard. It's happened to me before on private ground where I was trapped and I lost a dog because somebody was trespassing and trapping on top of me. It's a tough thing, but it happens, you know. And to take a particular incident like that and demand a regulatory change when you look at the data that says how many dogs are killed on the road every day or every year because the owners were not attentive, you know. So I can understand the concern, but I don't feel it's a viable point. And if you guys have any questions specific that you want to ask, I'd be more than happy to field them.
Mr. President Ryan, what are your credentials? Are you?
I'm sorry, I should have said that. I'm the Southeast Director of the Wyoming State Traffic Association. I'm also one of the 2 liaisons with Game Fish. Sorry, I forgot to say it. I thought about it, but now it's space.
Thank you very much.
You bet. Thank you.
We have Scott Johnson. Megan, we have Scott Johnson. Is he? We'll find out.
Hello?
Yes, this is Scott Johnson?
Yes. I was having trouble getting a connection. Thank you for the opportunity to talk on this. I think you all got my email with covering most of the points that have been brought up today about, you know, setbacks and different types of traps, some of the lethal snares. And so I think you know all that. I was going to speak a little more general terms on some of this. The mission statement, as I read it for the commission, is to protect and serve wildlife for future generations. And at the bottom, it says conserving wildlife and serving people. And there's 2,500 trappers, I guess, in Wyoming. And the way I figure it looks like about $50 a license. So you're taking in $125,000. Am I correct in that?
I'm not sure.
Well, so, I mean, if trapping licenses are a little bit under $50, but roughly $125,000, you took in $80,000 worth of fines. And I'm just wondering what the costs to administer trapping is, because it doesn't look like it's a big business or a big contributor to the state of Wyoming. Nowhere near compared to what tourists and wildlife watchers and those who just want to draw or photograph animals. Now, most of this trapping is done on public land that belongs to everybody in the United States. So they far outnumber the 2,500 trappers. Now, the trappers seem to mention, I've heard it multiple times, that they use this to supplement their income as though it's a business. Well, every business I've ever had, I buy insurance to protect myself and the people I do business with or that come on the property. It looks like they're doing something that does definitely hurt other people's domestic animals, whether it's a dog, a cat, a cow, whatever it happens to be. To me, if they're going to use the property that belongs to everybody in the United States, they ought to compensate people if they have a trap and it injures somebody. Now, I don't even think these traps should be on public land, but if they are, the majority should not have to tiptoe around wondering if their dog, their grandchild, or whatever, a horse, whatever, gets trapped, not to mention all the other animals, non-target species, that get killed or injured. And when you mention 56 mountain lions and the swift fox, golden eagles, mule deer, they have a value. And they have a value. If they don't have a value for hunting, they have a value for the many people that want to come to Wyoming and see them. So you'd have to deduct that from whatever trapping brings in also. So I'd just like to see the commission look out for the majority of people who don't trap. Maybe we don't even have anything completely against it, but we want to see it done humanely. And I've got to think that I like the presentation on the best management practices. And I think, though, one thing they might do is say they go with the trapper and film what happens to an animal when it sits in a trap for 24 hours or up to a week, twisting and turning, because I've seen animals. I've let some go that were in a trap on my own property where somebody snuck on and put the trap there. And I think the majority of the population would say, we don't care if a trapper has to walk 600 feet to do it. We're more concerned about the animal that's sitting out there in the freezing cold, or possibly an animal that has young, because some of these animals are trapped during the time they have young. It's trapped, it's trying to get back to its den of pups or whatever they are, and they can't. And that hits home with the vast majority of Americans. Not how far a trapper has to, walk to check a trap. It's supposed to be a form of recreation for them, so they shouldn't, a lot of people walk a lot farther than 600 feet just for the fun of it. So, I train hawks and falcons, and I hunt them on my own property. I also breed endangered species of them and let them go. But I might walk a mile in a day or way more than that, just flying them. So plenty of birds of prey I notice on here. I've got a nest of golden eagles on my property. I noticed went and checked the nest here the other day after they left, I found just piles of prairie dog skulls. But that whole nest can be wiped out. The young die if just that golden eagle happens to go down to something and get snared. So there's a lot of animals that get killed for 2,400 people that I think needs to be looked into. So I would really like the commission to consider some type of damage fund for the trappers are using the land that belonged to millions of us, and also look into all these things that have been brought up to make trapping a lot more humane for the animals that get trapped, because that's really my concern, and I think the concern for most of us. Not what's easy for the trapper, what's best for the wildlife. And I think, again, if you were to put out videos showing exactly what happens, you would have a lot of people saying, no, this needs to be changed. The other thing you need to look into is there's plenty of online videos of trappers, and we've all seen them, where they're sitting there with an animal in a trap, trying to get away, and they're tormenting it, and then they're taking selfies of themselves and showing it to everybody. Now, that has nothing to do with hunting. It has nothing to do with being a sportsman. It has nothing to do, only thing it will do is turn people against any type of outdoor recreation that involves animals. So that's something that they're easy to find. They're all over the internet. The pictures of guys with a truckload of dead coyotes, foxes, you name it, in killing contests. And some of them involve trapping. How that goes on in this country in year 2020, I can't imagine. But that's something you really need to look into, because there's a whole bunch of us that want wildlife protected and preserved and not abused. So does anybody have any questions for me?
Questions? Thank you very much, Scott.
Okay, thank you.
Kevin Odell?
Thank you, Mr. President and Commissioner. I came to Wyoming about a year ago. I'm a retired assistant law enforcement administrator from Ohio Division of Wildlife. If I wondered why I come to Wyoming, it's trap. I retired here. So let me give you a little history on trapping. The presentation you gave me right on track with what's going on around the country. In Ohio, let me give you a little history about animal rights people. 31 years I spent in wildlife enforcement. 40-some years I've been trapping. For 40-some years, animal rights people I've studied. In Ohio, we've dealt with ballot issues to do away with trapping. Now, I understand when some of these folks argue, well, we're not against all trapping. But then again, you hear the tone. We had these issues in 74 and 77 in Ohio. The fact is, we went out and educated the people in the state of Ohio, and we defeated the animal rights people 2-1. That's with 11.7 million people in Ohio. That's what we had there. And we had extensive trapping in Ohio. We do not have a lot of conflict, but we do have mandatory trapper education within Ohio that I left. We helped develop it in the late 70s, right after the ballot issues. Animal rights are a plus to some degree. It makes us smarter. It makes us do things a little bit better. Trapping has come a long way in that area. Back to Ohio history. We made it mandatory with 11.7 million people. We have an Ohio State Trappers Organization. The governor of Ohio, Mr. DeWine, who's there now, if you ever hear him speak about natural resources and sportsmen, you'll hear him say hunters, trappers, and fishermen and ladies. You always hear him say trappers because they're a significant factor out there. People misjudge trappers. They have a serious conservation role out there. And then whether it's wildlife research, we brought otters to Ohio. How we got them established? We had them trapped by trappers in Louisiana. We have extensive studies at Ohio State University with foothold traps. We call them footholds. They're not leg holds. They don't hold the leg of an animal. They hold the foot of the animal. When it comes to trapping, overall, leaps and bounds have been made. It's not the archaic methods anymore as it's used. We're using springs in the system. And yes, we do have 24-hour check in Ohio, but we have smaller trap lines in Ohio. because we have an industrial state and we are heavy agriculture. We do our best with the coyotes that came from the west. We have quite an extensive problem here in Ohio. With that said, the conflict is down, and with mandatory 24-hour check, we went and changed water trapping to longer checks. And I cannot see here in Wyoming what I've learned so far. You can go to a 24-hour check. It would be extremely difficult. Ohio's a little bit more contained. Our largest county is 600, 700 square miles. What's Fremont County? 9,000 square miles or so. So it's a little different game. But in the East, in the eastern states, the animal rights people have charged it. Colorado lost it. Unfortunately, when they came at us, we had a governor who said, take the gloves off and educate the people. They did not do that in Colorado. Because once you educate the people, as his study shows, 70-some% of people understand that. Because we apply it to wildlife research, we apply it to disease control, we apply it to livestock and farmers who have animal control issues or livestock damage. And I've seen it all. I've seen calves jerked out of coyotes, jerk them out of mamas and kill her too at the same time. Beaver, I did extensive nuisance trapping on beaver where they flood cornfields overnight. But when it comes to the humane aspect of it, and I hear some of these ideas, well, go distance off the trails, and I understand some of that, or mark your traps. Well, there's a thing called trap thieves out there. If you mark a trap, I can guarantee you my $20, $25 piece of equipment sitting in the ground is probably not going to be there because somebody's going to take it. Even though we have a molesting law that you can't disturb a trap with another, it's going to happen. There's some things that are nonsense to try to regulate. But if you look at other states and what has worked, I'm telling you, it's sound management practice, and trappers are more humane than ever before, and we're getting there. There's every association has advanced trapping courses. There's a college trapping course sponsored every year by fur takers in Indiana. So the advancements in trapping is coming. I mean, it's leaps and bounds. We've come a long way. And trappers, when they say there's inhumane treatment, probably trappers are one of the #1 conservationists out there. They understand the animal with full tilt. They understand everything about him, his habitat. Because remember, we're living on a big earth. And you're trying to put that animal's foot in a spot like that. So the knowledge that trappers present is unbelievable. But if I sound a little passionate, I've been doing it a long time, and I've fought with animal rights people a long time. And even as a wildlife officer, and I've seen tragic events, illegal trappers caught a chocolate Labrador in a 330 convent. I had to deal with that once. And I'm a Labrador owner, so I understand all about the love and passion of dogs. But those issues do happen. You can't judge a whole regime of trappers for one bad egg out there. That's why we have enforcement. Got one more person. I'm trying to wrap it up right now. And I'll just say at this point, thank you for your time, because in the business I was in, we have the same struggle. We have a wildlife council in Ohio, and with the Division of Wildlife, 400 and some employees. So thank you for your time and listening to all the input that you have to take in. Thank you. Thank you.
Bill Pfister, online.
Can you guys hear me?
Welcome.
Hello?
Yes, Bill, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Phil Pfister. I'm president of the Wyoming State Trappers Association. I appreciate the opportunity to let me comment today on what's going on. First of all, I thought that this meeting was about opening up the trapping regulations, not changing the trapping regulations. To my knowledge, the trapping regulations aren't supposed to be opened up till 2022. Is that correct, gentlemen?
We're in the process of gathering information at this point.
Okay. Let me just give you a little background about what I am and where I am and what I do. 7 years ago, I did not trap. I was just an outdoorsman. I spent a lot of time outdoors. A couple gentlemen ago was talking about wildlife and how important wildlife is for the majority of the tourists and everybody to come see. And the reason why I started trapping is when I watched 6 coyotes take down a cow elk out on the prairie, out in the Big Sandy area. It was brutal. It was one of the worst things I've ever seen. Since then, in my travels, I've seen coyotes take out deer. I've seen them take out antelope. I've seen bald eagles or golden eagles pick up baby antelope, drop them, pick them up, drop them, pick them up, drop them. That was the whole reason is why I started trapping, is for wildlife, to help wildlife and keep wildlife a sustainable entity in Wyoming. I don't feel that there needs to be any more trapper regulation. What I feel we need to do is educate, and I feel that there needs to be some responsibility taken on everybody's side, trappers as well as the recreationists that are, for lack of a better term, allowing their animals to run wild on the countryside. I think we all need to do our due diligence on our public ground to keep our ground public. And I think we all need to work together to be able to do what we want to do on our public ground. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Any more questions or any more for Jason or? All righty, let's break for lunch. Back 30 minutes. Back at 1 o'clock.
On live. Are you going back to Wolverine now? Yes.
Welcome back. Number 15, Mr. Vermeyer.
Mr. President, Director Nesbitt, members of the Commission, our next agenda item goes back quite a few years. We've been working on a Wolverine management plan for some time. In 2015 to 2017, we did a multi-state monitoring effort, if you recall. And in 2017, that effort was recognized by WAFWA for their special recognition for that effort. And so Nicole will be presenting the Wolverine management plan to you. And you may remember Nicole from bats and pygmy rabbits and sweat fox. So she has all the cool species that are just a little bit smaller than those large carnivores. So with that, I'll turn it over.
All right, Mr. President, Director Nesbitt, members of the Commission, like Doug said, I will be presenting our Wolverine management plan. Let me show this first. All right. So just a little bit of background about Wolverines. So I'm going to try to. So Wolverines were nearly eliminated from the contiguous United States by about 1920, and this is primarily due to unregulated harvest and broad-scale carnivore poisoning, and to a lesser extent, habitat loss. But with the implementation of effective regulations, wolverines began reestablishing their distribution, beginning in about 1930. Currently, they've been documented as far south as Colorado and Utah, but they're not thought to be breeding there, and they're not thought to maintain a consistent residency. And actually, the southern extent of wolverine occupancy right now is thought to be the greater Yellowstone ecosystem in Wyoming. In general, little is known about wolverines in Wyoming. We are on that southernmost extent, so we certainly have a lot to learn about the species. Right. So wolverines in Wyoming are classified as non-game wildlife in Chapter 52 of our regulations. They're also classified as a protected animal by state statute, so one of 6 species to receive that designation in the state. We further classify them as a species of greatest conservation need in our state wildlife action plan, and they are currently classified as proposed threatened under the Endangered Species Act. The service is in the process of reviewing that designation, and we expect a final determination by the end of next month as to whether or not they will be listed under the Endangered Species Act. All right, so given some of the conservation concerns surrounding wolverines, the Western Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies put together the Wildlife Chiefs Wolverine Subcommittee, which subsequently established the Wolverine Working Group, which was composed of a variety of organizations and individuals with representatives from state agencies in western states that have wolverines, as well as a variety of federal, tribal, and university partners. And the charge of that working group was threefold. It was to develop, fully fund, and implement a multi-state monitoring strategy, to develop state-specific conservation plans, and to provide a framework to identify and prioritize research needs. And so this management plan addresses that second objective for state-specific plans. Sorry, I have to double click every time. And I do want to acknowledge that we didn't do this management plan in a vacuum. We had a variety of partners who provided helpful comments and reviews on the Wolverine plan. And so I do want to acknowledge folks from the BLM, Forest Service, Park Service, Fish and Wildlife Service, and the Northern Arapaho and Eastern Shoshone tribes. All right, so the purpose of the management plan is to provide a document to guide decisions and actions to promote wolverine conservation in Wyoming, and specific goals of the plan are fourfold. The first is to promote long-term viability of the species in the state, support expansion into suitable but currently unoccupied habitat, continue our participation in interstate monitoring efforts, and to continue management as a protected animal under state statute. The management plan is broken down into 4 major parts. I'm going to go through those first 2 pretty quickly, but we discuss wolverine ecology, distribution and occupancy, threats and risk factors, and then finally conservation and management strategies. So wolverines are patchily distributed throughout high elevation habitats where they're extremely well adapted to winter conditions and winter travel. They are an opportunistic carnivore and scavenger, and they will cache food if it's an option, especially females who are denning, to provide a consistent food base for their young. And this scavenging life cycle really drives their space use, resulting in large movements, large home range sizes, in some cases that can span multiple states. Especially in the greater Yellowstone ecosystem, wolverines have low pregnancy and birth rates, and a late onset to reproduction, which can make populations down here on the southern edge a little bit more slow to expand compared to wolverine populations further north in the core of their distribution. And so when we look at where wolverines are distributed globally, they do have a circumpolar distribution. In North America, this historically extended as far south as northern Arizona and New Mexico, and Southern California, depicted by that dark gray line there. Since then, populations have retracted northwards, shown by that light gray line. Like I mentioned, I do think that's a little optimistic in the Rockies. Central Wyoming is probably where we could say that that range extends as far south as, at least with current persistent wolverine populations. When we look at where wolverine habitat is distributed in Wyoming, habitat is distributed throughout the Western Mountains, the Bighorn Mountains, and the Medicine Bow Mountains, although only the Western Mountains actually contain wolverines and persistent wolverine populations. And just to kind of orient you, that black outline on that map is the outer extent of potential wolverine habitat, and those purple areas are modeled maternal habitat, so it provides the conditions appropriate for actual denning and reproduction. And it probably would go without saying, but I do want to mention, you can tell by where this habitat is overlaid that the vast majority of wolverine habitat, over 90%, is on federally managed lands, primarily Forest Service and the National Park Service. So as Doug mentioned, we did participate in that multi-state monitoring effort. So we had 51 grid cells distributed throughout potential habitat in the Western and Bighorn Mountains, and we set up remote cameras coupled with bait and lure stations to draw wolverines in. And so we ran this over a 2-year period, but each site was only hit for a single year, and ran all of our sites throughout the winter. So we had 51 sites, and 6 of those sites, we actually were able to detect wolverines. And so when we...
You actually, in the red squares, you've actually...
Yep. So the red
located.
squares are sites where we detected them on camera using that protocol as part of our effort. And based on the location of those camera stations, as well as genetic material that we were able to collect at the sites, and in some cases unique fur patterns, we were able to confirm between 6 to 8 wolverines. There we go, 6 to 8 unique wolverines during this effort. And again, those are just wolverines that we detected as part of our survey effort. And when we add in incidental observations, we can see that wolverines are actually fairly well distributed throughout the greater Yellowstone ecosystem. So these are observations that were reported to us from 2014 through the early part of 2019. Those blue dots represent confirmed observations, either individuals or tracks, and the yellow ones or orange ones represent unconfirmed sightings. Certainly some of those are wolverines, the vast majority of them likely aren't, but we couldn't rule them out for sure. So even when we look just at where we have confirmed wolverines, we can see that they're pretty well distributed. There are a few exceptions to that. Yellowstone National Park, we don't have any confirmed sightings during that period, as well as the Bighorn Mountains, and then with the exception of that one individual down in the Wyoming range, those are some areas where we definitely have some good habitat, but haven't had any confirmed observations at least during that time period that I mentioned. So certainly there are areas that we'll be keeping tabs on as we move forward with our monitoring efforts. So throughout their range, wolverines are potentially exposed to a number of threats. The biggest one that folks mentioned, and actually the reason for the petition to list and the proposed threatened status, is the potential effects of climate change. So globally, wolverines are typically associated with areas of high persistent spring snowpack, particularly in the latter part of the denning period, so early to mid-April. And this is important because females will use these areas with high snowpack as to provide thermal benefits, as well as some protective benefits to kits in their den. And so projected losses of snowpack through climate change obviously have the potential to affect maternal denning, habitat availability and connectivity on a landscape scale, as well as winter prey availability. However, as is the case with all climate issues, there are certainly some uncertainties. The first, of course, being depending on what climate change model you use, depending on the initial scenario, that projected loss of spring pack can vary dramatically. There's also some question about what level of snowpack wolverines actually need to persist. So do they need landscape level, widespread snowpack, or do they just need snowpack at that den site scale? Obviously, the implications of that are vastly different. And there is some indication that it's the den site scale that's more important than widespread snowpack, which is an optimistic turn for wolverines, definitely in the face of potential loss of snowpack. Human activities certainly have the potential to negatively affect wolverines. So activities such as roads, energy development, logging, fires, human population centers generally are negatively impacting wolverines when they're found in those areas. However, depending on the individual wolverine, that response can vary. So sometimes it's not as strong or as negative for individuals as it might be if we look at it at a population level. And I do think it's also important to acknowledge that this not only potentially affects wolverines within their habitat, it also can affect their movement among their habitat patches. So if we look at this map again, you can see within wolverine habitat, we actually have very minimal development. There's not many roads, no human population centers. But when we look among these different habitat patches, we can see that wolverines not only have to cross some pretty gigantic swaths of area that aren't habitat, they also have to navigate multiple road systems. And this map does not include some of our smaller roads like county roads, BLM, and Forest Service roads. When those are overlaid, there's definitely a much larger matrix that they have to navigate through as they move from these different habitats, which could potentially affect connectivity at that landscape level. Winter recreation also has a negative effect on wolverines, and in areas where use is really high, it can actually even lead to habitat loss. So even though these places look like they should be providing great habitat, functionally they're not, because wolverines are simply not. In general, wolverines are avoiding areas with room trails, they're avoiding areas with heavy off-road recreation, and they're avoiding areas used by motorized recreationists. That being said, even in areas with non-motorized winter travel, if that intensity of use is really high, we can see a dramatic negative avoidance by wolverines. For the most part, females tend to be more negatively affected. They show a stronger negative response to this, but certainly both sexes are showing and demonstrating an effect. So small population sizes have the potential for reduced genetic variability, which can reduce the ability to genetically adapt to changing conditions. There is an indication that wolverines in the southern edge do have reduced genetic diversity from historical values and some indication of reduced gene flow. And it's been suggested that in Wyoming, we either need to maintain very large population sizes or relatively frequent immigration in order to maintain genetic viability. We likely do not nor have not ever had habitat to support 200 breeding pairs. But given how much these wolverines can travel and how frequent that is, that type of immigration is certainly something that's not a hurdle for them. Throughout the range, wolverines could potentially be affected by human-caused mortality factors such as illegal shooting, incidental capture, vehicular collisions, etc. As I mentioned earlier, wolverines are classified as a protected animal by state statute, and so lethal take is not allowed. We also have mandatory reporting for fur trappers if a wolverine is captured and killed or injured in such a way that death is likely. However, I will say since they were classified as a protected animal in 1973, we only have 2 records in the state of human-caused mortality. So it's likely an extremely rare event for our wolverines here in Wyoming. So the management plan also outlines a number of strategies to manage and conserve wolverines in Wyoming. The first is really going to be to maintain and continue to collaborate with our working group through WAFA, as well as our interstate and intrastate partners to continue population monitoring efforts in order to continue to monitor trends moving forward. We are going to be expanding that effort into all wolverine habitat in the state, so moving down into the Medicine Bow Mountains, which we didn't do that first round. We're also going to continue to incorporate genetic analyses so we can get a much more detailed picture of the structure and makeup of our populations here in Wyoming. We are also not the only group that's interested in wolverines, and there are certainly other agencies and organizations that are interested in monitoring wolverines, and so we'll continue to work with those folks to support their monitoring efforts as well whenever feasible. As I mentioned, we certainly have some questions about wolverines here in Wyoming, and though not comprehensive, some big ones that we would certainly benefit from increased research on include a better understanding of residency status, especially for females. So the females that we find here, are they staying here, or are they just immigrating through, or just stopping in for a while and then leaving again? Similarly, the importance of immigration versus recruitment to persistence. So are we able to have reproduction within Wyoming? Or are we dependent on wolverines moving into the state to maintain our populations? There certainly are still some questions about the effects of winter recreation. We certainly see avoidance. What does that mean in terms of population persistence? What does that mean in terms of survival, in terms of reproduction? So those are some questions that would certainly help us to be better able to provide recommendations. More information on den site selection in the state, as well as Wyoming's specific vital rates, such as litter size, litter frequency, kid survival, is all going to be important for us here in the state. An understanding of both current and future potential threats, limiting factors, and potential management actions, and just as importantly, the effectiveness of those management actions in alleviating some of these issues. And then finally, I think it dropped off the screen there, but we're always interested in new survey methods that allow us to more effectively and cost efficiently monitor our wolverine population. There is ongoing research with other Western states and even up into Canada to look at questions pertaining to movement and genetic connectivity. And as those publications come out and that research is conducted, we will continue to incorporate those into current or future conservation actions. Obviously, working with our federal land management partners to continue to conserve the habitat that we currently have. And although the vast majority of this habitat is on federal lands, which could potentially provide some increased regulatory certainty, there is still the potential for habitat modifications that could affect wolverine habitats. And so working to identify those, evaluate the effects of those, and develop effective mitigation strategies will be important. And then finally, I can't emphasize this one enough, continuing to collaborate with our partners and our stakeholders such as our federal land management partners, as well as other agencies such as WIDOT, is going to be extremely important to effectively conserve and manage wolverine habitat. And then finally, bringing in all of these folks is going to be vital. So the Wyoming Game and Fish Department will continue to maintain an active role with that WAFA subcommittee and working group, and continue to maintain and enhance our partner collaborations both within and outside of the state for management and monitoring activities. We'll also engage with additional stakeholders who have a role to play in wolverine conservation, such as winter recreation groups, fur trappers, citizen scientists, researchers, etc., as well as just the general public. And this is all going to be vital as we identify and try to implement actions that promote wolverine population and wolverine habitat conservation. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions that the commission may have.
Thank you, Nicole. Any questions?
Yeah, Commissioner Brokaw. Nicole, what is circumpolar distribution?
Yeah, Mr. President, Commissioner. So that is just that wolverine populations are distributed throughout the northern hemisphere, basically that polar region in the northern hemisphere. So we do have wolverines in Scandinavia, in Russia. Yeah, yeah. So a hat on the top of the earth.
Thank you. And then you said that the U.S. Fish and Wildlife is looking at a status declaration next month.
Mm-hmm.
Any leaning towards what you think they're going to do, and how will that affect Wyoming? Will that be a? Doesn't sound like a good thing to me.
That's a really good question. So I guess I'll give a really brief history. Wolverines were originally petitioned, and there was some back and forth about DPS designation and things like that. And the service, because of climate change, potential climate change effects, actually found them warranted and proposed them for listing as threatened. Before they finalized that rule, they evaluated some research that had been done that wasn't incorporated that first round, or new research, and found that with that, snowpack loss, and maybe it's more of a den site specific thing, that in fact they didn't feel that wolverines were warranted for listing. When they published that rule, that was litigated, and the judge remanded that back to the service, which sent it back to a proposed threatened status. I obviously can't speak for the service on this. My feeling is that there hasn't been anything that's come out that would have drastically changed our understanding of wolverine conservation and habitat use since that not warranted decision that we had last. And so I anticipate that's where we're going to go, but I'm not exactly sure. Now, in terms of potential implications, the vast majority of that habitat is going to be on federal lands, so I don't see a potential huge effect for private landowners. And if we break that down a little bit more, 55% of that is either Park Service or designated wilderness. So those areas are pretty much already off limits to development and things like that. There certainly are other parts of the Forest Service where, they would need to consider them in terms of whatever proposals they may have coming out. One place I could see it potentially having effect is winter recreation and rec plans. And hopefully, if we can start to address some of those questions, we can provide some effective recommendations and work with the Forest Service and work with these stakeholders, winter recreation groups and things like that, to come up with something that allows people to still get out and recreate, but hopefully minimizes effects. But I see most of those potential effects being federal land management decisions.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Mr. President, one question, Nicole. Back on the mortality page, there was a couple you said registered in Wyoming, mortalities. What were those caused by?
Yeah, Mr. President, Commissioner. So we had, and I apologize I didn't jot down the dates. One of those individuals was actually a roadkill individual near Kemmer. So not wolverine habitat. I mean, almost certainly a dispersing individual. And we did confirm a wolverine in that same area. I think about 2 years ago. Not a mortality, just someone one of our crews was out and back cut some tracks. And so it seems like that's probably one of our movement pathways down to like the Utah area. The other one was actually trapping mortality. That individual though was trapped along Horse Creek north of Cheyenne. So again, almost certainly a dispersal individual. There's not much wolverine habitat in Cheyenne.
Yeah, very good, thank you.
Yeah.
I would entertain a motion.
So move.
Second. Motion moved by Commissioner Krantz, seconded by Commissioner Byrd. More discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dan?
Megan's got to help me set this up. Yeah, just need to.
Sure you're muted. You're in art. Okay, so what I'm gonna do.
Okay. Thank you, Megan. Oh, it is echoing. Yeah, should be good. Okay. President Newby, Director Nezik, members of the commission. Nope, that's not here. I'm going to try to go quick. I know this is a long talk. Okay, Megan, it's echoing. It's echoing. Yeah, please.
Stop you sharing real fast.
Yeah. All right. So again, I'm going to go through this pretty quick because it's a long talk and it's been a long week for you guys. But you're all aware of our role as Game and Fish. Our large carnivore section is mandated to manage these animals on the landscape, including public desires. And that's why we come to you with all this information. One of the main things we look at is mitigating human-wildlife conflicts. That'll be a major portion of this today. And then also all the outreach and education that we do as well. As you know, you've all been part of this. It's very polarized in the large carnivore world, especially with wolves. You know, yesterday was actually pretty tame compared to, as you'll remember a few years ago, 13 comments versus 300 or 3,000, which I think is good because we're starting to normalize those things. But it's part of what we deal with, and we know that. There's a lot of propaganda and money made by certain organizations going against some of the things we do, and keeping a grizzly bear delisted actually allows you to garner more funds from a legality perspective and constant litigation. And again, you've heard me say this before, everything we do is connected. The conflict management informs our decisions as to what's happening with the population and the landscape, all the research and monitoring that's done. So it's very much a team approach within our section, within the Game and Fish, within the different regions, and a very much collaborative approach.
And so for carnivores, mainly we're evaluating trend. We don't have the ability to count some of the animals that we deal with as well as we do like pronghorn or elk or things like that. Wolves are different. We do have a good idea with them. You heard about that yesterday. And so, primarily we're using harvest data and assessing trend for mountain lions and black bears. And as you know, wolves and grizzly bears are much more involved because of their status right now. In the future, we would hope to normalize that and back away from the heavy amount of work that we have to do, but that's the way it is right now. And again, it's important, and you all know this, but we don't they're a very different animal than an ungulate. And so we don't manage these carnivores, and I'm talking black bears, mountain lions, grizzly bears, and wolves. We do not manage them like deer and elk. So let's start with mountain lions. They're the most cryptic of these species. It's not a matter of just going out and counting mountain lions, obviously. And we worked on multiple different methods to assess population, and we continue to do that. It's something that we've been doing a lot with universities and within our section. And so when we capture an individual, just like any of these animals, these marked individuals provide a wealth of information for the local population. You've seen this with all the mule deer initiatives. The more we have animals marked, the more we learn about what they're doing. One thing we've learned is that the more GPS technology we get out there, the more work there needs to be done in data management, quite honestly. We're getting hundreds of thousands of locations now on these animals. And so Justin Clapp in our section really came up with an amazing way through Program R, which actually allows you to sort data and automates basically all these databases that we have for these four species. I joke I call it the matrix. It's very technologically difficult. It's not something you just easily understand. But when you can manipulate it, it allows you to greater understand your data and use it. And so data management is very important for what we do. That's not actually my desk, believe it or not. But hopefully this works. So this is something we can do to make it much more interactive. These are old locations, but this is updated automatically in our database system. These are 2 mountain lions. The fact that cursor is moving means they're alive. It gives you an idea on the fine scale movements. Yes. It's not working. That works really cool on this.
That looks like the office of the new commission.
Well, shoot. Your screen. Oh, that's going to be a lot. I'd like to show the next one more than this one. So one thing we're doing that you've seen me present before on GPS clusters, so we can actually look at these data clusters. So what do I have to do to show? Stop share. Share the other thing? Awesome. No, I got it. What? Okay. So anyway, so this is a year's worth of locations from a male mountain lion in the Green River region. You can see they cover a lot of ground. What we can do is we've developed this algorithm where basically a cluster is more than 2 points within 200 meters within a certain time period. Then this algorithm, we place the points in this algorithm, and all these blue circles are predict that it's an actual kill. We go out to those, we visit them. So basically this is showing we might get over 90% of those predicted, and it allows you to say, take it off. All the red dots are a kill, and then it tells you what it is. And you can hover over it. This is a mule deer adult. We saw a pronghorn, but that's a bed. But it's really interesting when you start putting these things together to give you a better idea of what's happening. Because I'm more of a guy not about the points, I want to know what the animal's doing. But we've come up with a pretty cool way to automate that. And so now I have to screen sharing stop.
Steve?
I have promised I'm not going to go off anymore. Okay. So those are some just cool ways we can look at that data and better inform us in working with the regions. We work closely with Green River and Casper region right now. As you know, we were very collaborative with the DEER project with Kevin Monteith. We're working with Joe Holbrook with Hobbs School of Environmental Science. I don't know if it was referenced yesterday in the CWD talk, but we're doing some work looking at these interactions between mountain lions and mule deer predation. Is mountain lion predation additive or compensatory in the CWD infected herd? These are big questions, but we're hoping we can help try to answer those. And we continue to do work with South Dakota Game Fish and Parks to biopsy dart animals. That's going to probably be phased out in the future. But we did successfully mark 22 individuals this previous winter. Again, we brought these regulations to you last year, a year ago at this meeting. And we use this data, we refined our habitat mapping in order to set those seasons. And again, everybody wants to know more about predator-prey relationships. And so this information that we're gathering helps inform that so we can relay that to you and relay that to the public as well. I'm going to skip over wolves because we covered that very well yesterday. Except I will talk about some collaboration we're doing. We're working with UC Berkeley on a couple different projects, again, looking at these interactions between primarily wolves and elk and also livestock depredation. Clint Atkinson is working out of Cody. This little interactive map is based on our previous conflict database, and it shows hotspots of where we've had issues with livestock depredation. Clint's kind of going at it from a different way, and we're looking at cause-specific mortality of calves. This spring, he's marked 470 calves and 56 cows with GPS ear tag transmitters that allow us to go in and assess what's happening to those animals, and also look at fine scale movements and associations between wolves and the domestic component with livestock. It's pretty exciting stuff, and it also allows us to get, it's the little things like helping with brandings and working with producers that help build that tolerance as well. And obviously, we talked about this, there's national and international scrutiny. You guys went and saw how the data is presented. It's pretty foolproof when you go through the data that we have for wolves to go and set a season. I want to talk about black bear monitoring. We're really seeing increased interest by sportsmen and sportswomen for black bear hunting. And this spring, with the COVID change, probably the record black bear harvest we've had, people wanted to get out in the woods. And so we're just seeing a lot more interest in that. And so, again, we're trying to increase our understanding of black bear populations on a local scale. You've heard me talk about this before. We use this DNA non-invasive hair smear technique where we were able to actually mark a representative sample of the population through a genetic database, and then any animals that come in through harvest or other forms allow us to assess the overall size of that population. It's a systematic approach. We've done it in several areas now. It's very much appreciated by regional personnel to help develop harvest, and also by the local hunters and the outfitters. And we met with Cy Gillen last year before we proposed, and really appreciated going through the data because it's a little bit more, we have more tangible numbers to provide. I think it's really helpful. And you've seen me go through this before. But we get that hair, and that allows us to calculate that density by a hunt area bear management unit. Again, in the Grays River, for example, our goal was to decrease the population, which we did. We responded by lowering the limits in order to bring that population back. In Sierra Madre, we found a high density of black bears, and so we increased the amount of take there in order to provide that increased opportunity. We used that this last winter to set those seasons. And again, the systematic approach is really beneficial to have more teeth when we set these seasons based on this data. And we're at a critical point right now. We've this summer we've caught 11 black bears in the Laramie Range and put out 9 collars, 6 females, 5 males, and we're also working with the school Hobbs University, or the Hobbs School at the University of Wyoming, to have direct applicability. The big question we get from hunters is movements among their baits, how many bears, and now that people have cameras out, there's a lot more questions. We're actually going to be working with the university to try to look at this fine scale analysis of when bears are visiting baits and how we can use that to better our management of the species. We'll be providing, we'll be getting genetic analyses the next 2 summers in order to provide those updates when we set seasons in the following in 2 years. So we're at a really critical point to make sure that work continues. Grizzly bear monitoring, I'm not going to talk a lot about what we do for grizzly bear monitoring. I think you all have a pretty good feel for that. But again, we've shifted from preservation, I joke, the no bear left behind times, to conservate, to recovery mode. But we're past that. We're in a management standpoint. We have been for multiple years. We continue to do most of the work in the GYE. And basically, I wanted to share some information about us dealing with expanding population. So I think you're all aware that the main boundary that we're talking about is this DMA, the black line that's suitable habitat, biologically and socially suitable habitat for grizzly bears in perpetuity. What we've seen is a great range expansion of grizzly bears. So this black line is the area of range. See up to 70,000 square kilometers, 27,000 square miles. It's roughly between the size of West Virginia or South Carolina. That's the amount of land that grizzly bears currently inhabit in the GYE. What we've seen is that expansion beyond that suitable habitat to the point where now 30% of that occupied habitat is outside the DMA. So 20,000 square kilometers, that's roughly the size of Connecticut, the land mass of Connecticut, or, sorry, New Jersey. We've also seen an increase of grizzly bear distribution in private lands. When decades ago, when recovery was started, focus was made on public lands because it could be, you could maintain those habitats more, and realizing that when they move on to private lands, they're more prone to conflict. Right now, you see the amount over almost 12,000 square kilometers in 2018, we'll update this again next year, is private land within occupied range. That's more than all the National Park Service and JDR Parkway combined. And that's roughly the size of Connecticut. So we were going to be talking about this several months ago when we were in the Cody region. So I was going to show a little story about Byron. And unfortunately, Commissioner Rael is not in here. This is his backyard. But you'll remember we had a grizzly bear that we had already captured and moved once to the other side of the system. And she came back out and got in trouble again and started following this river and ended up capturing her by Byron, Wyoming. To give you an idea of this amazing bear habitat, this is looking west to the Absarokas. So that's 37 miles to where we consider suitable grizzly bear habitat. Looking east, I'm not saying bears can't live in a cornfield. I'm just saying it's not good for long-term potential of bears and people. Whoops, push the wrong button. So the Bighorn Mountains, it was actually less distance, 25 miles. And so my point is here is 500 years ago, that might have been great for grizzly bear, but I think we need to be honest with where we're at now and the fact that we don't want to be knocking on this guy's door and say, hey, you got a grizzly bear in your backyard. And that leads me to the next segment, talking about conflict management. And Director Nesbitt's always heard me use the term the reality of recovery. And it's this increased potential for conflict with humans. We have a very, very long definition of what a conflict is. It's basically an interaction that results in property damage, agricultural damage, or public safety issues. We manage them through, we manage it because it promotes conservation through tolerance. And obviously, human safety is paramount. It's our #1 goal. This was taken in Jackson last summer. Last summer was a very busy summer. And again, the data I'm presenting today was for last year. I want to make that clear. But Mike Boyce is very busy chasing bears like this around town. There's a lot of different things that influence this biologically, And then also there's a whole social component. People tolerate bears differently in one community than the other. So we have to have our hands on that, or have our pulse on that as far as how we respond to things. So these are some of the things that we see. Property damage, I'm gonna go through these quick. We have a lot of bears and garbage, of course. Apiary damage, we see more and more of that as bears, both grizzly and black bears, expand. You've heard us talk about livestock depredation. Becky's skinning a calf there to verify it. Kinder Brown, who does all the office work for damage payment, was out actually helping us out that day. We do a lot of work with self-defense shootings. That's something we don't like to see, but it's the reality of where we're at right now. The newer thing is this notion of roadside bears on state highway systems. You can manage a roadside bear situation in a national park setting where you have complete autonomy, but when you have a multi-jurisdictional system, especially like in the Toby Pass area, we have a bear that's exhibiting this habituated roadside behavior with hundreds of people, social media following. It gets really weird, and you get a lot of people that can be pretty aggressive with those situations. And what you don't want to see is people getting hurt or bears having to be removed because of the inactions of people. And again, these are terrible things that we wish we didn't have to deal with, but we do. Human injuries and fatalities, it's something that we do deal with. Fruit trees, we see a lot of those situations. Bird feed, livestock. Poultry is a new one. And I too have chickens, but everyone wants their little piece of chickens now on the landscape. And we're seeing a lot of it in the Cody region, and a lot of things like killing chickens. I'll just put it that way. We see more of these carnivores in residential developed areas. You might remember last winter, a mountain lion killed a deer just on the edge of Jackson. This is an actual picture that Mark Goki took from the sidewalk. For a week, people line the streets. And it's tough. It's a cool opportunity. People want to see a mountain lion, but you also got to look at the reality of the situation, how it can escalate quickly. The reasons for these are obvious. It's multifaceted, but we're seeing increasing carnivores on the landscape. Across North America, we've seen mountain lions and black bears increasing. We're seeing grizzly bears increasing in distribution, as you saw. There's a lot more human use. I think this spring, which I know I'm not talking about this year's information, this spring people are using the woods more than we've ever seen. So there's that increased potential for conflict. And these variations in seasonal and annual food abundance definitely impact what we see. And I think as dry as it is this summer, we might see some big changes with black bear damage across the state as things happen. You can see how skinny this bear is, this particular bear looking for a free meal on that table. Last year, these are the numbers through basically December 31 of last year. We actually had more black bear conflicts statewide than grizzly bears. Usually grizzly bears lead our conflict numbers. And again, that garbage, we see more garbage conflicts with black bears, especially in the Bighorns, the Laramie Range, the Jackson area. We had a lot of issues with black bears last year. And coming down off the mountain, I think the timing of green up basically send a lot of bears low. They figure out they need an easy meal, and then they stay on it. We see a lot of different types of things, but we see more of that garbage and bird feed type issues, or livestock pet bird feed type issues. And that led us to 15 removals. We don't relocate black bears as much, but sometimes, depending on the situation, we do. And we did rehabilitate one bear last year. Grizzly bears, this has changed through time. We definitely have the high majority of our grizzly bear conflicts are with cattle depredation. Last year was actually a low year for conflicts with grizzly bears. One thing we were extremely happy about was the fact that we didn't have any human injuries last year, but we've already had 2 this spring. As I'm sure you're aware, we've had 7 injuries in the GYE from grizzly bears, and it's a trend that we hope doesn't continue. It's, we talk about this, we use the term it's a non-life-threatening injury, which is what happened in Wyoming, but there's still a whole other psychological component that when that happens, it's hard to shake as a human being if you've been attacked by a wild animal. Last year was a big year for mountain lion conflicts. Usually mountain lions are pretty low. We're usually in the single to teens for mountain lions, but we had actually a lot of sheep conflicts. especially in the Bighorns. Commissioner Doobie and I went to a meeting with regional personnel and landowners in the Bighorn Mountains to talk about what could be done, and we continue those discussions today. We did have a really high harvest in those areas, and it'll be interesting to see how that transcends through the course of the summer. And wolves, as you're fully aware, it's usually cattle. We did have one donkey removed last year. Not a lot of management actions within the trophy game area, but again, it was brought up yesterday. Yes, if you look at all the cattle in Wyoming, in comparison to how many are killed by these trophy game species, it's not a lot. But if it's your cattle and you localize it, it makes a huge difference. And so again, we have so many things we do from a field response program. Our first thing is information education, and we do manage individual animals. We target individuals that are causing conflicts. There's a notion that we just go out and try to catch things and they're just taken out but we're targeting an individual once it goes to a management action. We do a lot of electric fencing. We do a lot of training and education. We secure garbage a lot and come up with unique ways to do it. Sometimes it might be a temporary fix on the bottom left there until we get something real in there. I think we verified that this is called inflatable scary guy yesterday as the official term for that. We do still use that, and one of the newer things we've all gotten trained on the use of tasers, conductive electrical weapons. We haven't had the opportunity to use those on a bear yet, but it's something we definitely want to test. It's been used successfully in Colorado and Alaska especially. And we do a lot of work with land habitat conservation, any kind of new developments in areas, and we try to meet with them beforehand. This was one of the bears that kept causing conflicts in the cornfields outside of Clark. And of course, you're aware of our damage compensation program. It's something that I think really advises a lot with producers that are having a lot of issues with depredation. And of course, it has to be verified, and you can't get more than what you're missing. But it is something based on data that is a very important component of the overall picture. And just to give you an idea of the amount paid per species, you see grizzly bears and wolves are usually at the top. Last year mountain lions were usually, ironically enough, we pay more in mule deer damage than mountain lion damage, but last year we did pay more in mountain lion damage. And so while it might not seem significant to some people, $200,000 for payment I think is pretty significant for wolf damage. And again, we do have to catch animals. We do have to relocate some animals. We do have to remove animals. We do this for the greater good of these animals on the landscape and the people that live, work, and recreate in these areas. We're constantly evaluating our program, trying to make it more efficient. What can we do better? And it's an adaptive program, and it's something we've been learning for decades, and we're always looking at new ways to do things. And again, this kind of got moved for some reason, but the predator attack team is probably one of our more important things that we do to be able to respond immediately to a situation where a human actually gets attacked by any wildlife. Generally, we see it with grizzly bears, but there's a potential. There's been several black bear issues in other states. We have a very highly trained team that immediately responds to those. It's very contentious. There's a lot of media involvement. And I think we've really honed that over the years to deal with those situations. And of course, the foundation for all this is our Bear-Wise Wyoming program. It's headed up by Dusty Lassiter, and we try to educate as much as we possibly can to try to alleviate things in a proactive way beforehand. The things that we do, the red shirts in the classroom, a lot of the work with kids. Hill Quick here is handing out bear spray to hunters. This is a charging bear display that Zach Turnbull and Becky Food have built that we can use for more interactive. We have several bear spray programs with money from Bow Hunters of Wyoming, with money from Wyoming Outdoorsmen, Western Bear Foundation, other NGOs that contribute in order to give that tool to hunters when they're in the field. This is a particular one that I included because I am a metalhead at heart. There is a heavy metal music festival that occurs in Jackson, in Buffalo Valley, and actually Penny Maldonado lives in the area and called me somewhat complaining about it. And I said, and then I heard it from multiple people. I said, you know, if this was some bluegrass hippie festival, you guys all be fine with it because it's heavy metal. You don't like it. But anyway, we got involved, and they were awesome about having a bear education component. So we actually gave 2 different talks, and they ended up ponying back money that they made to put up a bear-proof container to disperse the campsite. I got to pause it here. And I think this is pretty accurate for a lot. They notice there's a beer in hand as he sprays the bear. I think that's probably accurate for a lot of camping that occurs in Wyoming. So I don't see an issue. Clint developed this heat map of where we've been contacting people. We've contacted almost 8,000 people face to face last year from our Bearwise work. This doesn't count the thousands and thousands of people that come to our website on an annual basis. But it's a good indicator of where we're getting information out from the face-to-face basis. And of course, there's a litany of information on our website available. We're always trying to find new ways to do things, and things change, especially with COVID. We're adapting how we reach people through social media, but also maintaining the standard ways we have done it in the past. And again, I started out with this, everything is connected. And I think the fact that we know this is all connected, and the fact that we know these animals are directly connected to the ungulate species and the humans that use the landscape, that's why there's the intrigue in them, and that's why there's an impact that we talk about, and that's why we try to learn as much as we can about these animals. Wrapping up here, again, we're committed to maintaining and managing these large carnivores in the landscape. We always will be. It's a very much a multi-layered approach, and it's dynamically changing. Things are different now than they were 5 years ago. And so we have to adapt to that and try to learn as much as we can as well. Maintaining this vigilant and constant conflict resolution program is absolutely vital to maintaining large carnivores in the landscape. And again, we've got a great team in our section. We'll continue to answer those questions that are being asked to better understand the dynamics that we're dealing with. I do want to take a second to recognize someone we lost this year. On June 12th, Mike Hooker, who started with Wyoming in the 90s working as a tech. He actually moved into the game and fish and the trophy game section in the 90s. He worked for Scott Edwards, a damage tech. He passed away very suddenly this June. And I just want to take this time to recognize him. He's world renowned in the bear world, and his impact was very much, it shook the entire world as far as bear biologists go. But we were fortunate enough, after he finished his PhD and did his postdoc, he came back and worked for us as a technician last summer. You can see him getting the collar here, riding. You can see the change in age through time and the whiteness in the beard that changed. But I just wanted to use this opportunity to recognize Hooker, as we all called him, for all of his efforts and what he did for wildlife in Wyoming. And so that's what I have for you. Do you have any questions? I do have one more thing.
Fire away.
Well, I know how Director Nesbitt likes surprises us so much, but this was something that Commissioner Crank had tasked us with about a year ago. So first he asked me, can you get video of a grizzly bear leaving a den? And I said, hell no, I'm not going that close to a bear den. But luckily we had some black bears collared in the Sierra Madres, and we had a female that needed a collar removed. So Dan Bjornley, Sean Ryder, Zach Gregory went in and put cameras up on the den. And so I'm going to show you, so the den is about 8 feet under here is where the bear is. The squirrel doesn't like it, you can't really hear it chewing. But on May 1st, the goal was to capture cubs coming out of the boat. Unfortunately, literally in slow motion, she walks over to the camera. and in 5 minutes destroys it. We actually had 2 cameras up. The other one she chewed up so bad we couldn't even get the memory card out of it, the stick out of it. But we did. Chris Martin was able to splice those together for us, and so we made good on our promise to get you a video of the bear coming out of the
Thank you so much for trying. Keep after it.
Yeah.
Cool. Pretty cool. Oops, any questions for Dan?
I got a couple. Dan, I noticed in the conflict section, the black bears were about 224 conflicts last year, and that's statewide.
Statewide, yes.
Okay.
Yep.
And the grizzly bears were 192.
Yes, I do. So.
Is that pretty much in the DMA or in the primary conservation area?
That's a great question. So it's actually, we're seeing about 1/3 of our conflicts are now outside the DMA. Outside the DMA. And so 2/3 of those are occurring within the DMA, but a lot of those are not. I mean, we still have conflicts that occur within the recovery area, but I think through the concerted efforts of the public and our work, there's actually seen a decrease in conflicts in that core area. It's as those bears expand
so
beyond.
The conflicts are expanding?
Yeah, yep, definitely expanding footprint.
Okay, and then another question I got. At what point is a removal necessary? I mean, how?
It's very much a situation specific. I mean, if there's human safety involved, it's removed.
Immediately.
Yeah. Okay. And depending on the animal, and we look at all the different factors before. Now, obviously, with grizzly bears, we have to consult with the Fish and Wildlife Service.
Right.
And they make the final call. But we put together any information before we even catch a bear as to what we catch the target animal, what's the likely outcome. And so we provide that, and we provide that information, and then that decision is made. But they usually go with what our recommendation is, depending on the circumstances.
All right. And then last question. Once a bear becomes a nuisance, what's the success of turning them around? Is it hard to stop that once that habit starts?
Yeah, yes, it is. And that's why, again, we use all these different tools on a situation-specific basis. And relocation, depending on the age of the bear and what it did, we might relocate a grizzly bear out of that particular situation as far away. So potentially, at least we can get the situation rectified on that end before it comes back, because a lot of them do come back. But once a bear, I mean, once a bear becomes food conditioned, it's going to get removed if we catch it. There's certain behaviors that escalate. Once they get to a certain point, I would argue it's virtually impossible to bring them back.
So are younger bears more easily trained, I guess, for the lack of a better
Well,
word?
I mean, I think if they haven't developed a pattern, those subadult bears
Okay.
especially, that they're still learning, you might be able to move them into an area. But the problem we run into now is where we could move a bear 10, 15 years ago, there might have been a vacant area for them. We just don't have it.
I see. Okay. All right. Very good. Thanks, Dan.
Mr. President.
Correct.
Dan, I don't know if the public understands this, but when you have to kill a bear, as I understand it, talking to a variety of wildlife officers, that's a horrible thing for you. I mean,
It's terrible.
Explain that for the public, please.
I don't know how you, well, it is. It's very, I mean, all the work we do, and I think a lot of people view us as assassins, but all we do is mercenaries that go out and kill these animals. It's always our last resort to have to euthanize an animal. And yeah, there's practically some PTSD that comes after a heavy summer of removing animals, because at the end of the day, you're the one doing that. And the methods that we use are, when we have to use an injection, which is the preferred method by some, it's a nasty way for that animal to die. And it sticks with you for a long time. I always say it's the second worst day that we have is having to put down an animal. The first is dealing with human injury or death, of course.
It's a great presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
As always, the presentation.
Unbelievable crew you got.
Thank you.
We're going to skip over 17 right now, Doug, and go to number 20. Jennifer?
Good afternoon, Commissioner President Doobie, members of the Commission, Director Nesbitt. I am here to do an informational presentation on how the antelope draw works for the initial draw. So this presentation will go over the initial draw with some information presented on ramifications to the leftover draw. Commission Regulation, Chapter 44, Regulation governing the issuance of license, permits, stamps, tags, preference points, and competitive raffle draws in Section 5, License Issuance, details the license quota split for antelope. And so I have that on the PowerPoint, and it states that the initial draw, 80% of those licenses are available to residents. Also in Chapter 44, Section 5, it also does indicate there that 80% of the doe fawn reduced price antelope as well are available to residents in the initial draw. The remainder of this presentation will focus just on full price antelope, but I just wanted to point out that the doe fawn is the exact same split in the initial draw of 80% to residents. The other thing impacting the initial draw for antelope is in Chapter 2, Commission Regulation for General Hunting Regulation. Oh, let me back up, sorry. Also in Chapter 44, Section 5, it talks about the license issuance. And this is a portion of the regulation that states how the department conducts the draw. And this very specifically states that the department will alternate between residents and non-residents to determine the number of licenses available in the leftover draw. So this will make a lot more sense when I go through the actual steps of the draw in future slides that will go back and tie to the specific point in Commission Regulation. As I mentioned in Chapter 2, the regulation governing general hunting, there is a Section 4 that details that in the initial draw, applicants are limited to 1 full price application in the initial draw for antelope and 2 reduced price doe fawn in the initial draw. After the initial draw, those limits do raise to 2 full price antelope licenses that a licensee can hold for that season and up to 4 doe fawn antelope licenses for that season. But in the initial draw, the focus of this presentation, they are limited to 1 full price in the initial draw and 2 doe fawn licenses. In the 2020 antelope draw that was just conducted and draw results posted June 18, the initial quota for antelope, as you can see, was just under 37,000 full price antelope licenses. This is the type 1, 2, 0, 9 antelope licenses. This does not include those reduced price doe fawn 6, 7s, or 8s. Of that, 80% of those licenses in that breakdown was 29,396 resident licenses were available in the initial draw to resident applicants. That left a non-resident quota of just over 7,000 when you do that math. When we got done with the steps of the initial resident draw, which is step 5 on the next slide that I'll go over, there were approximately 8,000 licenses in that quota that were unsubscribed to residents. So I'm going to walk you through the steps of the antelope draw for the initial draw. These are the steps that we conduct once we get all of the applications balanced, do all of the pre-draw work. This is when we can actually start the draw. So there's a lot of work that goes on ahead of time to get to this step, but a lot of our publics don't understand in our complicated process. In the first step of the draw, it is actually a step. We look at every application that's eligible for the draw, and we do several things. We first assign every applicant 2 random numbers, a random number 1, which is used for non-residents for the preference point draw. The other random number 2, is the portion of the random number we use in all random draws. So for residents, we don't have preference points for antelope, so we're always looking at random number 2. The other thing we do is assign points in step 1. We assign the preference points for the individual for non-residents, and then their party average. So when non-residents apply in the antelope draw, if they apply as a party, we average their points. So that's their points that go through the draw when we look at their points. All of that is done in step 1, and takes quite a bit of time based on the number of applications we receive. Once we get done assigning all of the random numbers to all of the applications, steps 2 and 3 to assign that quota and do that quota split, what we call a quota split, which is Commission Regulation Chapter 44 that says 80% of residents get first shot at that quota. So we go in and we take 80% of every hunt area type quota set and approved by the Commission in April and assign that to the resident portion of the draw. Conversely, in step 3, we take the 20% and assign that to the non-resident portion of the draw. So as I work through this PowerPoint, you'll notice a couple different colors. All of the yellow colors are when we're talking about quota. What happens to the quota that the Commission approves? You'll be able to identify those quickly in the steps that are in yellow as steps that we are handling the quota that you guys approve in April. The next 2 steps are steps 4 and 5. These steps are the resident portion of the draw. Step 4 is the landowner portion of the draw. So every landowner application we receive does participate in the draw and comes out of the quota approved by the Commission. Step 4, we only look at those applicants who applied as a resident landowner and award their licenses. Step 5 is we look at every resident applicant who applied for full price antelope and was eligible in the draw. As I mentioned, we assign 2 random numbers to every application. In this particular step, we're looking at random number 2 for residents, and our draw system is a vertical system. And this is very important, and what I mean by that is we look at every applicant's first choice based on their random number, lowest random number, and their first choice only for residents, and we award licenses. If once we get to the end of all of the first choice, if that area still has quota available, we look at every applicant's second choice. And we go through every applicant who had that area as a second choice, who had been unsuccessful in their first choice. And then we proceed on to their third choice if there's still quota available. This is something important to point out. Some other states are a horizontal system where if your random number comes up, that state looks at your first, second, and third choice. We are a vertical state. We look at everybody's first choice before moving on to an applicant's second or third choice. But in step 5, we award every applicant who had an application as a resident, either as their first, second, or third choice, and a license if it is available. At this point, once we're done with the resident applicant draw in steps 4 and 5, we then look at that quota. What quota is remaining undersubscribed by residents at the end of that draw, which means we've awarded every applicant in any area that we had quota for to a resident who applied for that license as their first, second, or third choice. We take that quota, and you'll notice in the next step, that quota is added to the 20% quota from step 3 of the non-resident quota to calculate a new quota. So that quota going into the non-resident draw is any undersubscribed resident area quota plus the 20% from non-residents. From there, these next steps is where we say that our draw system is extremely complicated. The green steps were resident draw. The rest of these steps are the non-resident draw. So where we can conduct the resident draw in 2 steps, we'll go through about 16 steps for non-residents. As I mentioned, non-residents have preference points. So every time we get to a step, whether that's the special draw or the regular draw or landowner draw, we do 2 separate draws. We do a preference point draw and a regular random draw. So the next steps are the landowner draw for non-residents. So these are non-residents who have submitted a landowner application to participate in the draw. So 75% of any quota in a non-resident step is awarded in the preference point. 25% goes to the random portion of that draw. So when we conduct the landowner portion, we split the quota 75% and award landowner applications. We also do a random draw in the landowner for that remaining 25% and issue any landowners who were unsuccessful in the preference point portion of the draw a license if there's quota available in the random portion of that draw. A couple things to note in the non-resident draw. In the preference point draw, we only look at an applicant's first choice in any preference point draw. We do not look at their second or third choice. So what this means is, the reason we do that is if they're successful in drawing their first choice license, their preference points, any points they had are set to history and no longer available. That is only if they draw their first choice. But that doesn't matter if they draw their first choice in a preference point draw or the random draw. We set their points to history if they draw their first choice. So once we're done with the landowner portion of the draw, we take any quota remaining after that, and we split it 40-60. 40% of that quota goes to those non-residents who paid the additional fee to be included in the special draw. The 60% is for those applicants in the non-resident pool who applied in the what we call regular draw for the regular fee for an antelope license. From there, we once again, in the special draw, take that quota and split it 75% to the preference point draw, 25% to the random draw. And then we conduct the preference point special, looking at every non-resident applicant who applied with a special license, awarding licenses to the highest random number, or highest preference point, lowest random number in the preference point draw for their first choice only. One thing to point out that is often misunderstood or not as well known is any quota coming out of that preference point draw is not added to the random draw, the 25% of the special draw. Any quota remaining out of the preference point draw is then added to the 60% that was the split for the regular draw. And so if you follow the arrows on the screen, that arrow goes all the way over to the yellow step, next step. We do conduct the random draw portion of the special, once again looking at all non-resident first choice, second choice, third choice. All vertical, no horizontal. Any quota coming out of there is also added to that 60% to create what we like to call another bucket. So a new bucket of the 60% and any quota coming out of the special draw, we calculate that quota and once again split it 75% for preference points, 25% for the random draw. Process is exactly the same. We're just looking at those applicants who applied in the regular draw and did not pay that higher fee. We do the preference point draw first, looking once again at those with the highest preference points, lowest random number. And once again, any quota coming out of that preference point draw does not go to the random portion. So we're very consistent in that. We also look at everybody when we do the random portion of that draw, their first choice, second choice, and third choice, just as in any other step in this draw. From here, we take all of that quota and we once again create a new bucket. What quota was left over after going through every resident application, every non-resident application? What quota is undersubscribed in total. And we give what's called a second pass. So we go back through every resident unsuccessful application and look to see if there was undersubscribed non-resident quota that a resident can pick up. So that is the next step, step 17. So 3 steps for residents, all in green. We do give those residents an opportunity to pick up undersubscribed non-resident quota. These second passes are only looking, in residents, it doesn't matter, we don't have preference points, but we do look at everybody's first, second, and third choice to award those licenses again at this point. Any quota at this point that is still left, we do a second pass for those in the special draw. So these are people who didn't draw in the special draw, and you might ask, well, how are they unsuccessful in the special draw, but get to draw here? These could be people who applied as a second or third choice where there was maybe quota available in that preference point draw, that I had pointed that quota rolls clear over to the regular non-resident draw because we don't look at their second and third choice in any preference point draw. So we do give an opportunity for those people who paid a higher fee to have a chance at the quota coming out of the special, if there was any undersubscribed, as well as undersubscribed quota from the non-resident regular application pool. And then the last step in the initial limited quota draw is to once again give an opportunity to those regular non-resident draw. So those are all of the steps of what's considered the initial limited quota draw for antelope. At this point, we determine the quota coming out of this step, and that makes up the quota that is then presented to the public for the leftover draw. So at this point in time, we've given every resident application and non-residents a fair chance of drawing any license before it goes to the leftover draw. So everybody has lots of opportunity to draw any of that undersubscribed quota before we move to the leftover draw. So that's a complicated process. As you can see, green residents is 3 steps. All of the peach color is an actual draw step for a non-resident draw. Those applications go through those as we talked, and the quota is followed through by the arrow. Another thing to point out is we don't do a second pass for landowners, but rarely is a landowner unsuccessful in the landowner portion of the draw. But it has happened at times where the 20% of the total quota is not enough to meet the landowner applications we do have. So I just want to make sure that you guys are aware of that, why we do give second pass to residents and those non-residents in the special and regular. We do not do a second pass for landowners. So what does that mean for our application counts for the 2020 season? So on the left-hand side, I talk about the number of applications that went into the 2020 draw for full price antelope. And conversely, next to that is the licenses that were issued coming out of that 2020 initial draw. So as you can see, our application counts for antelope for both residents and non-residents went up this year. We have high demand for the resources in Wyoming. And even though our total quota went down a little bit for antelope, our application counts went up. So you can see we had almost 71,000 full price antelope applications that participated in the 2020 initial draw. That breaks down to just over 39,000 resident applications. From there, we had 38,000 applications with a first and second choice. Of that, residents were just over 22,000 had a first and second choice. Every full price application, you have 3 choices. So the total applicants that had first, second, and third choice, so those applicants who utilized all of the options we give them to successfully draw a license in the initial draw, made up about 23,000 of those 70,000 applications. Of that, residents were just over 13,000. So when we look at the resident applications issued and total applications, we just issued almost 35,400 antelope licenses in the initial draw. Of that, we issued almost 21,000 resident licenses in the initial draw. And then I show you the breakdown of how those residents drew. 19,000 drew on their first choice. Just over 1,000 of those drew on their second choice. And we did have 279 resident applicants who drew on their third choice. When we look at unsuccessful residents, because I often get asked this question, how many of those unsuccessful residents took advantage of putting in a second choice? And so for residents, there was just over 4,000 of our 22,000 residents who put in a second choice, or of our 39,000 residents, excuse me. Of the 22,000 residents who put in a first and second choice, of those unsuccessful residents, just over 4,000 of them had a second choice. But if you look at the number below that, 3,690 of those, or 89% of those applicants, selected a second choice when you look at the 2019 drawing odds that had 0% chance of drawing that license. And how I get to that is they had less than 100% chance of drawing that as a first choice. So it was a 0% chance based on the 2019 drawing odds available at the time they applied of drawing that as a second choice license. The one thing I will point out, these numbers do not include applications that had the same first choice and second choice hunt area type. We get a lot of applications where the applicant puts the same hunt area type in their first, second, and third choice. That number does not include those applications. These are strictly applicants who applied with a different second and or third choice than their first choice. When we look at unsuccessful residents who used all three choices, there was 6,754 of those who utilized all three choices. Of that, 99.7% of those had 0% chance of drawing. Based on that, their first choice, those areas had less than 100% first choice drawing. So if you can't draw it as a first choice, we're not going to get to it as a second or third choice, because I explained our system is vertical. We look at everybody's first choice prior to getting to the second or third choice. There were 11 applications of that 6,700 who were able to, based on the 2019 draws, draw that license. So when we look at just a huge overall breakdown of the 2020 draw, there were 122 hunt area types with quota. So at the commission meeting in April, you approved quota for 122 hunt area types. So that's what I talk about in licensing, hunt area types, because that's how you guys approve quota. As I mentioned, there was almost 37,000 total resident licenses available. We did issue 20,000 licenses, and there were 8,500 unsubscribed resident quota in that initial 80% that were undersubscribed and were added in that step that takes that undersubscribed resident quota and adds it to the non-resident 20%. When we got to the leftover draw, there were just over 1,600 full price antelope licenses available in the leftover draw. So what does that mean on a hunt area type when we talk about what you approved? I initially said there was 122 initial hunt area type licenses available. Of that 8,700 undersubscribed resident quota, that made up 32 hunt area types that were undersubscribed to by residents that were then made available to non-residents. The way it's based now, at the end of the initial limited quota draw, there were 6 hunt area types available for the leftover draw. So when we look at those areas, just to give you a visual of where those 32 areas are, you can see clearly highlighted. I did some coloring to highlight easily so you guys could see where those undersubscribed resident areas were. Those highlighted in yellow are type 1 licenses only. So hunt area 1, type 1. There were 24 of those. The orange, there's 3 of them, were hunt areas that had both a type 1 license and a type 2 license as an undersubscribed resident applications. And then we did have 2 pink areas that were type 2 only. So this gives you a really quick visual of where those undersubscribed areas in Wyoming are of that quota that is then added to the non-resident portion of the draw. So just looking at numbers when we talk so that it's a little bit, you can see on a hunt area type basis based on the quota you guys approved at the commission meeting in April. I did take a select block of the first 30 areas, which were the majority of those areas in the previous slide highlighted. And I just highlighted the initial quota that the commission approved, the split of 80%, which is the resident portion, also showing the 20% non-resident. And then the column, the yellow column, next 2 columns are the landowner draw, showing the number of landowner licenses issued in that area type, as well as the number of resident licenses issued in that hunt area type. As you can see in the next column is the undersubscribed resident quota coming out of the 80% resident draw that is then added to the non-resident 20%. And so in this slide, there's 2 highlighted in green show where that quota was fully subscribed by our residents and 0 quota ended up in the non-resident draw. And then you can see in the last column, I don't know where, there's a black thing over it, but it does say licenses available for the leftover draw. So you can see those were those areas that had quota. At the end of all of those steps, everybody getting an opportunity to draw a license, who had paid an application fee, credit card processing fee, what areas did we have licenses left over, those are in that last column. And so the next slide just shows the remainder of those hunt area types 1 through 30 in the antelope draw. So there's 2 more areas that were fully subscribed by the residents in their 80%, as well as the 4 other areas that were available in the leftover draw. So one question I got a lot, and I just wanted to address, when we took chapter 44 to the special session commission meeting held on June 29th, there were approximately 30 public comments, and 29 of those had to do with this quota, undersubscribed quota out of the resident portion of the draw that then goes in and is available with the 20% non-resident quota, and comments about changing that. So I did want to just give you some high overview of what that impact would look like to the commission if that change was made. So in our current process, as I mentioned, there was 1,600 licenses, or approximately 4% of the total commission approved quota for full price antelope available in the leftover draw. That was 6 huntarian types available. And that is these areas. Those were 3 pink, the pink ones are the type 1 only, or the blue are type 1 only, excuse me, and the pink are the type 2 only. So that's just a visual representation of that 32 back to the 6 that were actually available in the leftover draw that happened the last full week of June. Okay, my mouse is not. Yeah, can you hit that back arrow at the bottom? Perfect, thank you, Megan. So what would that mean if we did not roll that undersubscribed quota into the non-resident portion of the draw and issue it in the initial draw? So as I previously mentioned, there was 8,500 unsubscribed resident quota that went to the non-resident draw. That would be the quota that would be left in the leftover draw if we changed this process. So that would account for those 32 hunt area types that I showed on the previous slide, several slides ago, that were those areas in the northeast corner of Wyoming. There are several impacts that we did want to point out, that if we change how the initial draw works, what are some of those impacts? There are wildlife management impacts in getting harvest, lots of different things there. There's landowner relations and landowner satisfaction. There's trespass case, whether that's residents who are not used to paying trespass fees, or a worry of wildlife shot on public lands that then go on to private lands, and those hunters can't get access to them, so there are trespass concerns. There's damage claim concerns. And as I pointed out, our license demand continues to go up for our resource. So we do have a high demand for our antelope licenses. And then there's also, wildlife has some concerns about management by objective. So the doe fawn harvest that we do get, even though we're talking about full price licenses, a lot of people will pick up a reduced price doe fawn in addition to their full price license as well. So there is some concern there as well. And then there is a revenue impact. So with that, that is a very not quick, but discussion on how the initial draw works for antelope. So at this time, I would stand for any questions.
Jennifer, that was very impressive.
Yes, unbelievable.
Any questions for commissioners right now?
Seems pretty simple.
Yeah, it's extremely simple.
I'm glad Jennifer does it now.
Yes.
I have a comment. I didn't realize that it was quite that complicated. Do you have any suggestions of should anything be changed to make it any easier on your end? Or is it working pretty well the way it is?
It actually works really well on our end. I will not say that it's not a complicated system, but at this point, I think our customers are used to this system as far as preference points for non-residents, how the system works, it works well. But I do oftentimes, when the legislature or others talk about adding steps or complexity, we already have a very complex system.
Mr. President, is the 80-20 split, is that statutorily driven?
Commissioner President, Commissioner Dewey, Commissioner Smith, no. The 80-20, the 80% split for antelope is in Commission Chapter 44, Section 5. So commission regulation determines these splits for antelope, deer, elk, and the doe fawn prices. The ones set in statute are moose, sheep, goat, bison, and likely won't happen in any time is grizzly bear.
I have a question on the third choice, first, second, or third choice for resident. It's 3.3% were successful on the third choice.
Commissioner President, I don't know the actual percent. There was 279 residents who were successful in the initial draw in that step 5 who had put a third choice. So 279 of the 20,000 resident applicants.
Thank you. Any other questions by the commissioner? We have a bunch of blue sheets, so we'll get started on it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. President, I do have one more question for you. So there's basically 3 steps. We have the initial draw, we have the leftover drawing, and then we have the issue after drawing.
Commission President, Commission, that is correct. So the initial draw application period is January to May 31st. That is where the initial portion of the quota occurs. When we got to that last step, as I mentioned, that's where we determine the quota going into the leftover draw. By Chapter 44, we have a 1-week application period for the leftover draw. We normally release results on a Thursday. The application period opens up the following Monday through Friday, and then we conduct that draw. This year, we released the results, I believe, on July 8th, which is a Thursday, and then the following Monday, any licenses that are unsubscribed in the initial draw and leftover draw are then available on what we call the first come, first serve. So anybody can pick those up.
Would that be why we, is that short window there, is that one of the reasons why we just roll those resident tags after the initial draw into the non-resident category?
Commission President. So that roll of resident undersubscribed quota to the non-resident has been that way as far back as I could go. I do believe in talking to some people, there was a department decision, commission decision to issue as many licenses and give those people who applied, pay that application fee, an opportunity to draw those licenses in the initial draw. In 2017, we came to the commission and asked the commission at that point to reinstate a leftover draw. So prior to that, any licenses that came out of the initial draw, we had 2 days. The first day, all full price licenses went on sale at 8 o'clock. And then the next week, all reduced price licenses went on sale at 8 o'clock. There were lots of challenges to that, and so then we requested to the commission in a Chapter 44 change to reinstate a leftover draw that my understanding hadn't been done for 10, 15 plus years. And so at that point, that is when it was determined that we would do basically a second draw, which was very well received by our publics and actually asked for by a lot of our publics, because on that time, when we turned on first come, first serve at 8 a.m., it was a feeding frenzy, and those with high-speed internet always got in there and got those licenses very quickly. And so this evened that playing field by going to a leftover draw with a very shortened application window, because the other thing that licensing does run into is we print about 140,000 licenses from the time we release draw results. As I said, the middle of June, we need those licenses out to those hunters by now early August with the special archery season. So that is why we had asked for a shortened window there as well. And that way, those successful in the leftover draw could plan as well. But that role has been there, but that leftover draw was instated in there to help everybody. So that's kind of a long answer to your question.
Mr. President, I have a question for Jennifer. So you use antelope with an 80-20 split. And through that long of yellow, green, and peach colored blocks.
Yeah.
Would the residents full price elk follow that same way, but with different proportions?
Commissioner President, Commissioner Dewey, Commissioner Brokaw. Deer works exactly the same way as this. Elk is a little more complicated. Elk.
Let's just go through that.
Oh no, let's not go through
we can. I mean, we can in general, but please remember that the elk, non-resident elk draw is conducted first. So in deer and antelope, as I presented here, the resident portion is done first. So steps 4 and 5 are the resident draw. When we do the elk draw, the application period is in January. The new modified date is May 8th. We conduct the non-resident elk draw. So step 1 is the same. We assign random numbers. at that step 2 non-resident applications only. But then we split 16% of the commission approved quota to the non-resident draw, and we go through all of those same steps.
Okay.
But instead of a second pass, because in Commission Chapter 44 regulation, it states the department will issue 7,250 full-price elk licenses. At the end of what we call the first step of the non-resident elk draw, we issue all of the limited quota areas to applicants at that 16%. We calculate a general elk quota at 16%, and we come out of there and we do not have issued, we have not issued 7,250 at that point. So we do what we call in licensing subconvert to general. So we take all of that undersubscribed limited quota, so type 1, 2, 4, 5, 9, 0, and convert that to general, and then we run a second pass non-resident special elk, just looking at general, unsuccessful general, and then we do a second pass for the regular non-resident. And at that point, we have issued 7,250 non-resident elk licenses. And then the application period for residents ends at the end of May, May 31st, and we basically do the resident side on the back end. And so that quota is either the greater of the commission approved quota, 84% of the commission approved quota, or commission approved quota minus the non-resident quota issued. So in those areas that are undersubscribed in the non-resident draw, that quota is actually then still available to the residents at a higher portion than the 84%. But in those areas that we issue licenses over to fill parties, residents still get 84%.
Mr. President, I would ask that you chastise Commissioner Brokaw for asking elk questions during an animal.
That's excellent. You're just so smart. I can listen to you and your stats all day long. Excellent.
Thank you.
Mr. President, I've got one more question, Jennifer. I'm sorry. So my question is, under Section 5, Chapter 44, Section 5, subsection C, it says to establish a number of licenses available for the leftover drawing, the department may continue alternately running the unsuccessful applicants, each resident and non-resident drawing until there are no unissued licenses or permits for which there are unsuccessful applicants. I know there's a group of folks out here questioning the 80-20. So my question to you is to get a true 80-20 split per regulation, would we, in the initial drawing, run 80-20, and then whatever's left move into the leftover drawing and run 80-20 after all of your calculations for special licenses and everything, and then whatever's left after that would go into the issue after or first come first served section? Would that give us a true 80-20 split?
Commission President, Commissioner Schmidt, in the initial draw, that would give you a true 80-20%. So we would have to change that section that would say that the department would no longer roll that undersubscribed resident quota into the non-resident. So when we got done with the first few steps of the draw, we would not do those second passes. We would not do the second pass for residents or those second passes for non-residents. At that point, we would determine the quota, and that would be a fairly true 80-20 split. Keep in mind, we always fully subscribe any party applications. So any of those steps we issued licenses, we can go 5 over quota except landowner. And so that, at that point, is the spot where we could get the truest 80-20% at that point. When we go into the leftover draw, that quota is available to residents and non-residents equally. We don't split quota in the leftover draw. We do allow mixed parties in the leftover draw, so a resident can apply with their non-resident family member or buddy. And so at that point, we couldn't maintain that 80-20 split in the leftover draw and or the first come, first served.
Mr. President. Mr. Grant. So I guess Ms. Jennifer, my question is on any area where the full quota is issued in the initial draw, there is truly an 80-20 split. Is that accurate?
President Duty, Commissioner Crank, that is only accurate if the residents take their full 80% in step 5.
Okay.
If they take their full 80% in step 5, then yes, there is a true 80-20 split because there is no quota available in the leftover draw or the first come, first served.
Okay. So the areas where we truly end up without a pure 80-20 split are going to be all those areas in northeast Wyoming, northeast Wyoming you showed us on the map, correct? And that is caused by the fact that there are not enough residents applying in those areas to totally take up the 80% of licenses, correct?
Commissioner Crank, that is correct.
So, and those areas, I think we should just say it, are prescribed because they largely consist of private land where it's difficult to obtain access and or you have to pay a trespass fee to go kill an antelope. I mean, I'm just making that statement. You don't have to answer. So this is a problem. If it's a problem in areas where there's difficult access and residents don't apply for those licenses as their first choice or second choice or third choice. And so the 80% resident quota is undersubscribed, correct?
Commissioner Crank, that is correct. Those areas are undersubscribed by residents in the initial draw.
One more. So if, for instance, in the initial draw, we run the 80-20, and then according to this, where it says the department may continue alternately running back and forth, that's a choice. What difficulty does that cause your group if we don't alternately run those back and forth until there's any unissued licenses? And we just move it down to the, whatever's left after the initial draw, we move it to the issue or the leftover drawing, and then run the 80-20 again and through all your calculations that you need to. What kind of difficulty does that create in your group?
Commissioner Schmidt, there's several things. It is a programming change, so it would require some programming change. At the end of the day, we can do that. But as I mentioned, coming out of the initial draw, we had 125,000 licenses that are printed in our office. They're cut, and then they're inserted in envelopes in our office. And so by reducing that, at that point, it's 8,700 licenses that wouldn't be mailed to and part of that. But it also, unless you were very specific in changing that language, would apply to the Dauphin antelope, Dauphin deer, and deer. So that would have a trickle-down effect of the number of licenses we print coming out of that June draw, which would then just shorten that window and give us a lot more licenses to print after the leftover draw to get those licenses in the hands of customers. So that's always been a lot of my challenge, and it is a challenge now just in the way it runs, is that is a lot of licenses. And when you have a very finicky copy machine and print on very difficult paper, it is a very big challenge. We are currently just mailed out non-resident deer yesterday from the initial draw. We still have close to 30,000 resident elk licenses to stuff and mail as well. That's not counting the leftover draw.
Thanks.
Okay, we start on the Joel, thank you.
President Tooby, Director Nesvik, and Commissioners. First off, I guess if I can thank Jennifer for all of the information, ton of information, way more than I realized what was all entailed. I was thinking it could be pretty sweet, short, sweet, to the point in the initial draw. If we can limit the non-resident quota to 20%. Basically just a verbiage change. Get that 20% and stop there. And then this leftover draw that I know I brought it to Jennifer's attention. It was mentioned as to be more fair for all applicants. I guess circumventing the leftover draw by issuing all of these these resident leftover quota to non-residents, the initial draw, is not fair to us as residents. So basically, I guess the other thing that I see is...
Can I stop you there, sir?
Sure.
If you wanted to guarantee yourself a resident license, you would put your primo choice as choice 1. And then you would put as a second choice one of those under prescribed areas, correct?
Okay.
And you'd get an antelope license, correct?
Correct. Okay, and I've done that for a number of years, 11 years actually. I did that. I always wanted an antelope tag, so I put my first choice, my second choice, my third choice. In discussion with people talking about this situation, there's people that subscribe to the fact that they want, there's people that believe that if they put a red desert tag as their first choice only, that's the only way they're ever going to draw it.
Well, that's stupid.
And it sounds like it. President Doobie, we talked about it.
Sir, you just heard from Jennifer that if you want an antelope license, you put first choice and second choice into one of those undescribed areas, and you're going to get one.
Okay, yeah, totally.
Because we go through the first choice, the second choice, and the third choice.
Yep. Okay.
So there
Valid
are people
point.
that say that, but it is not factually accurate based on our drawing system.
And I'm not saying I subscribe. I agree with their comments. This year, just as an example, I did put first choice only. I put a red desert tag. Guess what? I drew it. I didn't have a second or third choice.
I hope it was in area 61.
I didn't know.
Because I didn't draw 61.
No, I didn't. But anyway, I guess to your point, to further expand on that, you know, when I fill out my applications, I'm filling out applications for deer, antelope, and elk. So if I want to apply for red desert as a first choice only, take the opportunity or hope that I can draw a deer or an elk tag, and let's say I don't, and I don't draw the red desert tag after the initial draw, I don't have any tags. I haven't drawn any limited quota tags. I feel if you look at the 80%, we should have an opportunity to, in this leftover drawing, the leftover drawing should be there to allow us an opportunity to draw one of those leftover resident quota tags. I think that's pretty fair for residents. Also, I believe it's chapter 2, section 4, correct me if I'm wrong, allows us to one antelope tag in the initial draw, a second tag in the leftover draw. So this rolling these resident leftover tags into the offering them to non-residents in the initial draw, null and void that chapter 2, section 4. It takes that opportunity away. There's a leftover resident quota after the residents have applied. Northeast Wyoming. I've got some numbers, I'll bring those up, but basically that chapter 2, section 4, we should have the opportunity to draw 2 tags. If I would decide to do second or third choice as 23, 17, whatever, and then do another as a second, do another tag, the chapter states that it should be provided that. I mean, that I would feel that should be provided to us.
It's not a right in that regulation, sir. It says a person may have 2. I mean, I don't have to have 2.
I understand that. But I guess my point is, I mean, it states that, and when we've got, there's this leftover quota, resident quota, that's turned over in the initial drawing, I just don't feel that's fair to us residents. The numbers I just mentioned, And I sent an email, I think, to all of you, Director Nesbitt as well, last year, and I'm zeroing in on areas 1 through 29. 4,733 tags that should have been available to, or they were undersubscribed resident quota in 2019. This year, it was 4,171. If you look at that quota and convert it to a percentage, last year, there was almost 52%, 51.8% to be exact, issued to non-residents in that draw. This year, it was 50%. So the 80-20 is nowhere even close, and it's taking those opportunities away from us as residents, and us being, the volunteers, the hunter education instructors, the fundraisers, all of the stuff that we do as residents. It's hard to swallow to see this sort of thing happening and really don't think it's right and don't think it's fair to us as residents. So, that's where I'm coming from. And I believe that 80%'s there. We should have an opportunity, especially when in 2017 we implemented a leftover draw, but yet we don't have an opportunity to do it. That's the part that bothers me. That's why I'm here.
Appreciate your position. Thank you. Question from Joel? Thanks, Joel.
Thank you.
Mike Barrett?
Thank you. If this system works so well, why are there hundreds of residents that cannot get an antelope tag when we are supposed to get up to 80% of them? We don't know how many would apply for them because nobody gets the chance to apply for them in the leftover draw. They're already gone. They've been issued to non-residents. So we have an 80-20 split, and now we're at 50-50. The system's broken. Now, it all comes from the sentence in Section 5, to establish the number of licenses available for leftover drawing. The department may, you don't have to, you may continue alternately running the unsuccessful applicants of each resident and non-resident drawing until there's no unissued licenses or permits. It says resident and non-resident. It doesn't combine them. It says you run the resident, then you run the non-resident. The commission or the department has taken the unsuccessful residents and put them in the non-residents. Nowhere in this regulation does it say you may issue the unissued resident licenses to non-residents. Nor does it say, that's in the initial drawing, nor does it say you may move the unissued resident licenses into the non-resident pool. Nor does it say that the resident and non-resident drawings are combined. So you're depending on that one sentence, and you can put all the Brill cream you want on that, it's still messy. That sentence makes no sense. But you guys are depending on it to issue all the resident leftover licenses from the initial draw into the non-resident pool and make a boatload of money. And then you have circumvented the leftover draw in most of the cases, and now the resident doesn't even get a chance to apply. That isn't fair. And that's my opinion.
Question from Mike? Thank you. Jeff Smith? Gila? Tim Shell?
I appreciate the opportunity, but I'm going to yield to
Mr. Gilliland?
It's been a long couple days. Mr. President, Commissioners, Director Nesbitt,
special thanks to Jennifer for putting all that information together. And I'd like to start a little bit about discussing this. And I'm going to use a little bit different terminology than leftover, because I've been following this, as you know, for 40 plus years. These are not leftover tags, they're unwanted licenses. They're unwanted by the residents because they can draw them with a second or third choice. And they've been able to do that for eons. Years ago, when I first got in the outfitting business, we used to have to drive to Cheyenne and stand in line in front of the Cheyenne headquarters for these leftover tags. And then they got more advanced and they started issuing these leftover tags to the licensed vendors around the state. So you'd have to drive to the licensed vendor closest to the area that had access to these tags, wherever that may be, whatever license, whatever unit you're looking for. And then we finally got into the computer era, and we went to, as Jennifer said, to the person with the fastest internet, and then we've gone to this new random draw. And in the 40 plus years that I've been involved in dealing with these leftover licenses, this is by far, are these unwanted licenses. This is by far the fairest system that's ever been created. But yet we still run back to this problem of a significant number of resident sportsmen do not understand how this draw works. And in fairness to them, we've been educated. We've asked the Game and Fish, Gene Cole, their predecessor to Jennifer, she would come to our convention and educate us and teach us how the draw works. And when you see numerous residents putting the same area down for the first, second, and third choice, I think we have an education problem. I think they really truly don't understand how the system works if they're doing that. I'll give an example to that. So Mr. Crank's favorite antelope area is also mine. I do this area for the first time 40 years ago.
Did you draw a license?
I've drawn 5 of them in Area 61.
Did you draw one this year?
No, I didn't draw one this year. So Area 61. So in 2020, there was 191 individuals that put that down as a second choice and 145 that put it down as a third choice. Area 61 has never in the history of the Wyoming Game and Fish draw ever drawn on a second choice for an antelope area. Never. And yet 336 individuals put it down either as a second or a third choice. Go to 2019, 344 individuals put that down as a second and third choice. So we subscribe that this is an education issue and can be solved with education. Not everybody's going to get the memo, but there's got to be a way of educating resident hunters to know that all they have to do is put one of those 32 units down as a second or a third choice, and they will draw the tag. They will get the tag issued to them. There's no non-residents taking anything away from a resident. They just choose not to want that license. And it's very frustrating to watch this because, like I said, this is not new. This is as long back as I can remember in the outfitting business. This has always been the case. They just, ranches start getting leased. And honestly, the trophy quality is not the same in that Northeast corridor as it is in the Red Desert or west of Casper. And there's a lot of resident hunters that want to trophy hunt, want a 15, 16-inch antelope, and they're honestly not going to go hunt Area 24. They're just not. And I've guided that area. It's not the same antelope that you killed in 72 west of Casper. They're just not. They're smaller. We call them pickle ducks in my business. So how do we educate the resident hunter? One of the things that we would like to suggest is a tutorial that the Game and Fish puts together that somehow they can click on and watch this and teaches them how to apply for a license so that they can gain some insight into possibly drawing one of those tags that right now they have shown that they don't want. And when I say that, I'm going back forever. This is not new to these tags not going to resident hunters. This is an old issue. It's always been that way forever. The second idea, and I bounced this off Jennifer, and there's some IT issues that are huge with it, but if you put down Area 61 as a second choice, why can't a pop-up come up on the screen and say, the antelope unit you're attempting to apply for is not available on a second choice. You should make it different. You need to make a different choice selection, or put that down as your first choice. Something along those lines that kind of gives them a warning screen and says, oh, wait a minute, that's not
a good idea, because I'm not going to draw it for a second choice. Maybe I need to go to the drawing odds and look at it and possibly come up with a different idea. But the point I want to make is that in my opinion, it's an education issue, and they're unwanted tags for a reason. You're not going to be able to fix that reason, and that's access, and that's trophy quality. And if we go to a system, I contend, to where these gentlemen talked about an 80-20, keep it that way for 2 or 3 draws, wherever it is, I contend you're going to still end up with the same results. You're going to end up with those same licenses going to non-residents because of the access issue, and we're not going to get our tags until September 15th. If you decide to do something like that, it's not going to hurt us at all because those tags are still going to end up going to non-residents. Then I think you need to look at moving that draw up to a month earlier so that Jennifer's department can get this stuff done. Because they can't do it. Right now, May 31st and deadline June 1st, that's why we went to this hurry up thing on this random draw in 2017. So we don't have to go through this gymnastics several times. So if we're going to revamp the thing, if you want to do it that way, like I said, the results are still going to end up being the same because this is not a brand new problem. This has always been this way. And you need to move that draw up 30 days, and let's just do the same thing and just go through some more steps to get there. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you, Si. Ron, and I'm going to butcher Niziolek.
Looks like an eye chart. Commission President, Commissioners, Director Nesbitt. I disagree with the gentleman who just spoke about some people being uneducated with the system, the drawing system. We're not. We just don't agree with how it's being run right now. The only thing I have to add is my support to what Mike Barrett and Joel Hank have already said. We prefer the 80-20 in all drawings, and then the issue after can be open for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Ron.
Thank you.
Any more questions for? One more. You can say something one more time. We still got a ways to go. Our agenda actually was supposed to be over an hour ago.
Thank you, President Doobie. I just wanted to say to the gentleman's comment about first, second, and third, I could see an interpretation of, I've never done it myself personally, but if somebody says they want a 61 tag, they want it 61, 61, 61. That I could see that potentially happening. And the other thing I want to say too is, yeah, this has been happening, it seems like a long, long time, but just in the last 2 years, I've seen a significant, I live in Area 17, and that unit, you used to, when the season would be open, you used to be able to go and just buy a leftover license. The non-resident demand for, I believe, all antelope licenses has increased significantly, thus bringing to attention this issue that we've got in Northeast Wyoming just in the last 2 years. And I think Jennifer could probably attest to that prior to, let's say going out prior to 2017 and the leftover, just the first come, first serve, there was tags available left. So it is something that's changed just in the last couple of years.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, thank you, Jennifer. Let's move on to 21. Ray?
All right. Good afternoon, Mr. President, members of the commission, Director Nesbitt. I will try and make this fairly quick for you guys today. So today I'm here to present you with the grazing plans for the Red Rim Grizzly and the Red Rim Daily WHMAs. As you may know, we've been grazing these
for the last 5 years, and their leases will be expiring this year. As per Chapter 23 and special use of livestock grazing, we have to forward this to the commission. So we'll start out with the Red Rim Daily. The Red Rim Daily is located about 10 miles southwest of Rawlins on the edge of the Red Desert. It is composed of mainly saltbrush, sagebrush, greasewood grasslands, with some rolling meadows and hills and some rock outcroppings. The daily provides year-long habitat for sage grouse and pronghorn, with over 200 pronghorn summering here and up to 2,000 wintering here. It also provides wintering for elk and mule deer. The department acquired the Red Rim Daily in 1992, and it is 26,574 acres of checkerboard land. Within that, the commission owns approximately 14,000 acres, and the BLM has 11,305 acres. And then we also hold a lease on state land of 1,280 acres. We have been operating the Red Rim Daily with a cooperative management between the BLM, Saratoga, Encampment, Rawlins Conservation District, and the Sweetwater Conservation District as a wildlife livestock demonstration area, which basically just means that we can manage it for wildlife and livestock together. Over the last 5 years, the Red Rim Daily has had 2 permittees operating on it, and in exchange for the grazing, they have been arresting allotments outside the WHMA to benefit sagegrass and sagegrass food rearing habitat. So for the next 5 years, and we're actually changing this one up a little bit, we want to do it for a 10-year period. We're proposing, along with our partners, to implement a grazing plan for 5 years with the option to renew for 5 years if all conditions are still being met. And the selection of permittees is done through a competitive process in cooperation with the BLM and our other partners based on a set of conservation criteria, which basically has fish and wildlife values. I'll tell you. Can you go forward, Megan? One more, please. Yeah. So, and these are also listed in the grazing plans in your guys' notebooks. But there's conservation criteria for fish and wildlife values. We also have vegetation values, and then some other considerations. And then all of these are the BLM, along with the department, sends out a packet, and then permittees can send in what they can basically provide in exchange for grazing within the WHMA. So currently, packets have been sent out, and upon your guys' approval, we will go through all these and select the criteria and who will possibly be able to graze within the WHMA. We'll go ahead and move to the Red Rim Grizzly, which quite a few of you actually made the tour we had on Wednesday and got to see all the cool stuff we have going on out there, from habitat work, from mule deer to sage grouse to Colorado River cutthroat and the native 3 species. The Red Rim Grizzly, we are proposing a 5-year grazing plan out there, unlike the Daily where we want to do 10. Mainly because of the habitat work we're doing for the Colorado River cutthroat. In 5 years, we may need to change up what we're trading for grazing to continue our work on Muddy Creek. It is based on the same selection and criteria as the Red Rim Daily. So that same list. So kind of just to keep it simple. So in the past, and for both of these and into the future, every year we meet with the permittees, the BLM, the conservation districts, and make sure we're reaching our objectives that are required out there. And making sure whatever the permittee may be doing in exchange for grazing, whether it's habitat work or wresting a allotment off the WHMA, that is truly happening.
And so moving forward, we'll still be doing all that, making sure we're not overgrazing, and the range health is in excellent shape for both wildlife and for the livestock. So basically, what we're looking at is we're asking for you guys to vote to approve the regular daily grazing plan for 5 years, with the opportunity for additional 5 years, and then the regular grazing for 5 years. And with that, I'd be happy to take any questions. I also have Matt Pollock, who is our on-the-ground guy for the regular daily out of Casper, and then Mark Buffon, who most of you met, is our on-the-ground biologist for the grizzly. And they'd be happy to answer any questions as well on the management or grizzly.
Anybody have any questions?
I got one, Mr. President. Ray, when you go for application, you get quite a few folks applying for this grazing?
Yeah, so for the grizzly, we've got 5 currently for this year, and for the daily, we've got 3. And it's, we try to keep, because of the way those conservation criteria are set up, it's kind of got to be in the same drainage. The further away you get, the less likely you're going to score very high. So, especially for wildlife dogs. Like one of our main permittees currently in the red rim grizzly rests some crucial winter range, or crucial stopover for mule deer. But it's within that same drainage.
Okay. And are they typically the same permittees?
That apply every year for the most, every 5 years for the most part.
Thanks.
Are your prior permittees usually have a weighted application? I thought that was.
So there, in the other considerations, President Doobie is a deal that talks about their stewardship and what they've done out there already. So we do look at that, but collectively it's truly based on the values that they can provide. So unlike our other grazing plans, those ones we do have a section where it's weighted.
But not here.
Not here.
Mr. President, I have a question. On the red rim daily, on those BLM sections, is there a current grazing leasee, or does the department hold that grazing lease in the BLM? And then we sublet it to whoever gets our grazing lease. How's that work?
So, Mr. President, Commissioner Brokaw, so with our MOU, we work cooperatively. So the BLM still controls the grazing, but since we do it jointly, they lease to whoever we all decide gets the lease. So we hold the state land leases and we sublease those. Yep.
So your grazing leasee doesn't have to pay that surcharge on the BLM, right? Because they'll have that BLM lease in their name.
Right, they do not, because with the way the MOU is set up is, this is to benefit wildlife and livestock.
Any other questions? I'd entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second. Okay, we have a motion moved by Commissioner Byrd, seconded by Commissioner Ladry. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. I would like to say thank you guys. That was an excellent tour Wednesday. You guys did an outstanding job. It's a pretty cool country.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks.
For the 24th.
Mr. President, members of the commission, as usual, we have this is a common agenda item for this commission meeting. We have Gerald Johnson here to present ADMB projects for your approval. I'm just going to hand it over to him and let him do it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. President and Commission. Are we set up here? But there's no remote. There's no click. There it is. Sorry. Okay, my name is Jerry Johnson. I'm the Predator Coordinator for the Wyoming Department of Agriculture. I'd like to thank you today for this opportunity to present the research projects for the ADMB. Over the last year, the legislature met several times to discuss the animal damage management stamp funding for the research project. Last year, the commission was gracious enough to fund the projects in the amount of $150,000 instead of $100,000. And over the last year, the legislature, Department of Ag, and the Game and Fish met several times, and the Game and Fish and you guys have committed to $200,000 for these projects, and I'd like to thank the commission for their commitment to this program. Yeah, it means a lot to both the livestock and the wildlife industry. The Wyoming ADMB met June 11th, 2020, and reviewed approximately $428,000 in renewed and new proposals. Those projects selected totaled $274,000, and the projects selected were the following. Sorry about that. The Wyoming Game and Fish project for the large carnivore livestock depredation prevention and control. That was funded for $25,000. The Washoe County Predator Management District's project for coyote control targeted on the mule deer fawning areas in southwest Bighorn.
Mr. President, are these dollars we're talking about here, are these all Game and Fish dollars of the money?
The dollars right here are all of the projects selected. At the end, I will go through the ranking from the Game and Fish and the amount selected for the Game and Fish Commission.
Okay, thank you.
These were the projects that were chosen to be funded and the amount. Okay. Next was the Natrona County Predator Management District for raven removal to help the sage grouse leks, and that was funded for $4,000. The Natrona County Predator Management District, along with the Game and Fish for coyote removal to enhance the Bates Hole mule deer fawn survival. That was funded for $25,000. And the Natrona County Predator Management District for the Stove Gulch and Bates Hole mule deer fawn survival for $25,000. The University of Wyoming Bighorn Sheep, Lamb, and Survival Study. This has been an ongoing study, and that was funded for $45,000. The Wyoming Game and Fish project, the effects of predation on survival of newborn mule deer in the Wyoming Range. Again, this is an ongoing project. This was funded for $30,000. And the Grovont Elk and Wolf Interaction Project, which is now in phase 2, was funded for $18,000. The Buffalo Bill Center of the West and Dr. Middleton, their project for the Absaroka Carnivore Livestock Interaction Study was funded for $40,000. This project is the second year and is an ongoing project. It's a pretty large project that's going right now. And then the Wyoming Association of County Predator District Projects, they submitted an application for eagle removal, and it's the best practices for relocating golden eagles that are doing damage to several outfits. Last year, the Fish and Wildlife Service, they issue 6 permits every year to remove eagles for falconry, and Wyoming was chosen for 4 of those permits for the depredation and for the removal for falconry purposes. What they are doing is They are taking these birds for falconry purposes. They're also relocating the eagles into areas, working with the Game and Fish to make sure that they're not putting them into an area that the wildlife can't handle. That was funded for $25,000. Wyoming Ag in the Classroom. This is for an educator workshops for teachers. This was funded for $6,000. The Sweetwater County Predator Management District presented a project for enhanced predator control for the migratory sheep bands and wildlife in the Greater Little Mountain area, I believe. That's correct. And then the ADMB board chose to fund the predator attack training equipment for large carnivores for $2,750. Twice up there.
Why was it twice?
I made an error and didn't catch it until just now. The projects that were selected for the Game and Fish Commission funding for the $200,000 in order of their rankings are the large carnivore livestock depredation and control for $25,000, the Absaroka carnivore livestock interaction study for $40,000, the effects of predation on survival of the Newmore mule deer in the Wyoming Range for $30,000, the phase 2 of the Grovant elk and wolf interaction project for $18,000, the Bighorn sheep lamb survivability study for $15,000, the coyote control targeted on the fawning areas in southwest Bighorns by Washington County for $12,000, and the coyote removal for Stove Gulch for $25,000, and then the coyote removal to enhance the Bates Hole mule deer fawn survival was funded for $5,000, with the balance of the $20,000 to be funded with AMB dollars, and the balance of the projects that were selected will be funded with the ADMB funding. Are there any questions? I know that was quite rapid. I've got a question. Yes.
On the Game and Fish projects that were selected on the coyote removal only, you guys have any idea how many coyotes you take?
I do not have an exact number on that, but when they did the presentation on that, they said that the removal of the coyotes in that area had allowed the doe fawn survival rate to go up quite significantly. I do not have the total number of coyotes that were removed.
Is that number available?
That number is available.
Could I get that from you?
Yes, you can. I'll get a pen and make sure I get that to you.
Thank you.
Real quickly, Mr. President, this comes up to 170,000, counting the 5,000. So you got 190. So there's 10 or 15 missing. I mean, not missing, but unaccounted for. Is that unless I'm missing something there? Are you talking about these? This is the list that we're funding right now. The one you showed us. We got 65, 95, 113, 128, 140, 165, 170 plus 20, 190.
123, 68, 80. I have it down as 200,000.
Yeah.
That was fast math.
Mr. President, I sit on the ADMB, I'm a co-chair. When we approve these projects at total 200,000, there's probably something in this presentation that's off by 10. We can darn sure give. We'll give it a good look, and if there is a need to come back to the commission for another 10,000, we can do it at the next meeting. The other thing I'll tell you is that all the information regarding past work I have available, and we can get that been done with coyote removal, what's been done with Wyoming range study, all the studies that we funded as a part of our community development.
That's fine.
Any other questions for Mr. Johnson? Entertain a motion?
So moved.
Second. It's been moved by Commissioner Ryle, seconded by Commissioner Smith. Any more discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All righty then. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
I think, Doug, I think we'll move yours to the next meeting. Is that all right? I think we're waiting just a bit up here. We'll do the call to the public, and I apologize to Jamie Anderson. I missed her comment. She wanted to comment on the Wolverine, so she will.
Hi, can you hear me?
Can't hear you yet.
Megan, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can now. Sorry I missed you earlier.
No problem, President Dubé and Director Nesbitt, members of the commission. I'm Shammy Anderson, Senior Representative with Defenders of Wildlife based in Laramie. And we're pleased with your adoption of the Science-Based Wolverine Management Plan. We feel this is a proactive conservation action and addresses the threats to wolverines in Wyoming, as well as identifies measures to conserve the species throughout its range in the state. And we also feel that it contributes to the larger goal of recovering the species range wide, with Wyoming being rather key given the southern extent there. We appreciate the plan emphasizes monitoring and research on reproductive rates and genetics, and with that genetic connectivity consideration that Nicole described, and the analysis on what habitat and where to dedicate habitat for wolverine conservation and recovery. Understanding that this is a framework plan and that'll be sort of a next step. The use of data to identify habitats on the ground will be really important to address the threats noted in that plan, roads, winter recreation, and other potential threats. And so this is very forward thinking. We, again, want to commend the department for a really thoughtful plan. I mentioned that Wyoming is geographically important as a southern portion of the range. It's really awesome that wolverines have been spotted for the first time in Gros Ventre and Wind River Range. With 2 females in the winds, this is extremely encouraging, observing animals in those new areas. And yeah, finally, just hats off to the department and to you, the commission, for moving forward with this proactive science-based plan to conserve wolverines in Wyoming. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you. I still have, is Lisa still on the call to the public? All right. Is there anybody else online? Anybody in the audience wants to say something? All righty. I would stand for a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second. Moved by Commissioner Ryle, second by Commissioner Smith. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
We're out of here. Good job.